And what is up, everyone? Welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Korea Week 3, day number 3 here. I'm G Clef. With me, we have Hex for another day of wonderful Series Korea. And Hex, I gotta ask you from the get-go, how has Pal? I just had so much fun watching yesterday and the day before and a few days of, I guess, let's call it Cowboy Bebop patch or AKA Maoga patch. How are things have been for the past couple days?
We're in the Samoan season, I guess would be one way to say it. It's Moggin time. I like when Mogga goes in, says it's Moggin time, and Mog's all over the place. It's been pretty much 100% tank pick rate. There's been a couple of teams that have tried different wrinkles, some gentleman's agreement to play Orisa, but we are very firmly in the Mogga meta. A lot of people have tried to put names on it. I got a couple really dumb ones that I might bust out later tonight, but I mean, it's just the Mogga comp. There's really no reason to overcomplicate things. It's Mogga comps. Mostly, I think the best version of it, and I said this last night as well, is the Sombra Reaper. It's a little bit map dependent, but it does seem like the most decisive and the most coordinated of the comps. Symmetra coming into play, I think we'll see a little bit on control. But yeah, firmly in the Mogga meta. Just DPS got a little bit of nerf. Mogga got some really nice numbers, and
that's right.
Cardiac Overdrive, if you want to run a sustain comp, that's a pretty nice ability. I think that one got a lower cooldown, so some interesting plays. I was telling Seth last night, I've never seen quite the quick reaction to a comp as I saw to this one. Like, the moment that it came out, everyone was just like, nope, do not like it, not a fan. And I think a lot of that is the holdover from the Mogga v Mogga Season 8 dominance that happened. So some holdover resentment.
Yeah, for now, I haven't seen that many people missing Doomfist in just a couple of days. And it seems like Maoga for now, but it's only been a couple of days, so we don't know if we're actually going to stick with this for weeks, or who knows? Everyone started copying this Maoga comp with Symmetra and no more DPS, along with some Sombras here and there. But it's only been exactly about 4 days, right, since the patch, because we have one Japan day specific, and then this is the third day of Korea, so about 4 or 5 days depending on where you live, and it's Maoga for now. He does seem like one of the strongest at the moment, but of course there are a lot more tanks. We've seen some Orisa, some small number of Sigmas still out there depending on the map, and still a lot of DPSs to be really figured out. But I think a lot of teams, because it has only been a couple of days plus, a lot of teams are going for the safety Symmetra plus 1 DPS. I think we can fit a few more DPSs out there like the Reaper. We've seen a lot of Death Blossom, crazy moments of highlights over there for that. And maybe we can kind of take Maoga just like the Roadhog, who also got buffed recently. So maybe a lot more Reaper in the meta. We're about to find out in the last day of week number 3 here.
Well, looking at even some of the comps, I didn't watch it all very closely of what Europe and North America did. So I was sleeping most of the day. They did even cycle in almost every sort of DPS trying to get something going with the comp. I even saw a little bit of Ashe, a little bit of Tracer happening. Last evening in this region particularly, we saw one team trying to run a Cass. And my contention with that is, without running the mirror, Minute ran Cass almost perfectly, was hitting headshots, and was doing everything you want as Cass, and it still got overpowered, right? So even when you're playing these heroes at theoretical peak, it's still not as strong as the sustain comp that is the Reaper and the consistency that happens. So I'm always willing to see people adjust the meta. I think this is almost like the day that we'll see either it locks in as like Mogga, Reaper, Moira, Lucio, plus whatever, Symmetra or Sombra, or it's going to be a day where teams are experimenting and try to beat that. There's a couple of teams that I think have maps to play with if they want, or at least a stage to play with, like WAC. If they start dominating, maybe they'll try something on 2, but it hasn't been as stale as it comes across, because we even saw some Echo last night. I mean, control is always going to be the saving grace in a lot of these situations when metas start to really stabilize and get mirrory, because control always allows you to do something a little bit goofy, a little bit odd. So map picks are going to come into it, I think, and like I said last night, I just hope that map picks can save us from a pure-on, mere, boring comp, to be honest.
So far, and I do like a lot of teams playing the safety, but which means there's always more room for the cheese and more room for like these special heroes to pop off. And always a big fan of Hanzo. Where's Hanzo? I thought he was pretty good at breaking barriers and all that, and he's His slight nerf got reverted, so he's actually back in full form. But I guess a lot of other heroes were also patched, got some big buffs in comparison. So maybe we don't really have that much room for Hanzo. But here comes the standings, week 3, day number 3 here. As we wrap things up for that week, we have one more week to play for the regular round robin here. Falcons, of course, on top. Oh man, 5 and 15 have not really dropped anything, as I can recall. WAC just dropped one single map, and you might never know because WAC, they do have some really big match coming up later, so we'll see who wins that. And FTG, who's playing today, Runaway, who had a devastating loss yesterday, was actually surprised to have was it a 0-3 against Pokerface, I believe, Hex?
Yeah, and they looked lost.
Oh, it was versus FTG. It was actually, yes.
Right. It was
really lost.
Yeah. FTG beat Runaway and now took over that 3rd spot. Again, the top 4 teams will automatically make the playoffs. 5 through 8 will have to fight for it. 9th place, you have to watch from home. Pretty much that WAC versus Falcons match next week. I think it's next week, day 2. That's going to probably determine first seed, you would imagine. At least they still have the head-to-head left. Here's the map pool. We've seen Nepal be kind of interesting. Lijiang Tower is obviously the highest pick rates. Pacific saw some Ilios. I was thrilled about that. We'll even see Samoa. Hybrid has been very interesting and odd to watch as well, as teams are picking several different maps. We saw Blizzard World for the first time last night, so picks could end up defining everything. WAC versus Pokerface. Pokerface, a stronger team. We obviously believe WAC is one of the best teams in the league. Falcons versus FTG. Really interesting based on what FTG did last night. And then Prisa, Genesis. Genesis looked better, but they also still have a lot of questions on that team. You can't be overlooking Prisa.
Yeah, Prisa, of course, in terms of standings, they're close to the bottom of the list. But, Genesis, they don't seem as strong as we thought before. Of course, they ran into a lot of stronger teams in the beginning rounds, stages of round robin, but still having somewhat of trouble. Of course, they did have a big win against VEC, which is a reliever, but that's a different story, I think. Maybe with the confidence boost, they can have a better time against SPG today. But of course, starting today with WAC versus Pokerface, and we're back in the WDG studio, offline, fans in the seats. And what are they wearing? WAC? Sunglasses?
Yeah, not super, like, we saw some nice sunglass. The sunglass walkout meta is what we're firmly in. At least there's that to look forward to. The pixelated deal with it glasses are my favorite. Those alien glasses are kind of freaking me out a little bit. Not a huge fan. And I think the headbands are to look like, what's that Nintendo game with the little plants that follow you around? Like Pikmin?
Pikmin, yes.
Yeah, I think it's that. I don't know, though. Anyway, here's Pokerface. Also the glasses meta. Who's got the stronger glasses meta? I like the pixelated glasses. This hat might just put it over the top.
That's a win for me. Is that Santa pants on his head? How's he standing up? That doesn't even make sense. It's supposed to be a hat, I guess. That's why it's actually quite angled nicely. Yeah. I guess 1-0 for Pokerface. I have to give my point.
It might just be pants for a small child. Who knows? That's some improvisation.
Pants for a small child, and then they glued it so you can actually fit into your head.
Yeah, stuff them with cardboard, a little 5-minute craft or something. Make a Santa pants as your hat.
We'll see.
Anyway, here's the
early for the Christmas.
Yeah,
here's the starting roster for WAC. Lip, Hisang, Junbin, Chorong, Shu. Can't really find anything wrong with it, of course. Junbin starting, not Max, and certainly showing their power here at Korea. I believe really depends on what they think. And I think this meta, of course, we're going to talk a lot about this meta right now. I think really the tank, first of all, has to be able to play Malga. Who plays Malga better? You're up on stage depending on the map. I think that's like one of the first things when you think about when you have the starting roster. And here's Pokerface.
Yeah, I think in night 1, WAC almost had a gentleman's agreement with FTG, and they ran a lot of Orisa, if I'm recalling correctly. But they do have the option, as you said, with their tanks. Now, speaking of options, this Pokerface team is really deep, so they should have players who are able to specialize in whatever comps they want to run, especially having 3 DPS, 3 supports. So they might be able to mix things up and come out with a strong meta.
Yep, they do have triple DPS, triple support, and we do have the coaches up and ready to go on the stage. Let's hear the coach interview. I believe
2024
Quest will
OWCS
take translation.
3주차 셋째 날 안녕하세요.
Thank you very much, G-Clough. We are back with the first team rep interview
네,
of the
자, 오늘
day.
첫 번째 경기 왁과 포커페이스의
Between
경기를
WAC
앞두고
versus
있는데
Pokerface.
경기 시작 전에 각 팀 대표분들 한 분씩 모시고
We
인터뷰
have two representatives on stage.
자, 먼저
First on
왁
WAC
팀
side.
대표분 자기소개 부탁드려요.
Please introduce yourself.
감독무원입니다.
And this is Moon from WAC.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 포커페이스
And on
팀도
Pokerface's
자기소개
side.
부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 가장 오래 있었던 코치 서희라고 합니다.
this is Sohee.
안녕하세요.
From Pokerface.
네, 서희님도 반갑습니다. 자, 이번 왁팀에게 먼저 질문을 드릴게요.
First question goes to
지난
WAC.
FTG와의 치열한 접전을 통해서
Their last
팬분들이
match against
땀을
FTG
쥐게
had fans on the
하셨는데
edge of their
오늘
seats.
경기는 좀 땀 안
Will they be able to
좋을까요?
witness WAC's victory more comfortably this time?
이 경기가
네.
메인이라 생각하기 때문에 그냥 식전 경기.
I think
경기
this will be
정도?
more of an appetizer match.
네, 알겠습니다. 포커페이스도 가만히 있을 수는 없을 것 같은데 자, 지난주 경기에서 2연승을 거두면서 연승
So Pokerface is now on a match, 2-match win streak. Can Pokerface keep that streak
저희 팀
alive?
같은 경우에는 일단 오늘보다 내일 더 항상 더 잘하고 열심히 연습하는
I
팀이기
think
때문에
we're
네.
practicing
저희 컨텐츠
towards
팀을
tomorrow
대표한다고
more than today.
생각을 하는데
And
앞으로도 계속 오늘 경기력보다 더 나아진 모습을 보여줄 수 있기
And
때문에
the goal is
언젠간
always
이제
just to
선배님들이죠.
improve.
선배님들을 저희가
play better
잡을 수
than
있도록
yesterday.
열심히 노력하는
So
팀이겠습니다.
we're going to be
네,
a team
자,
that
경기 시작
works
전부터
hard
치열한
to achieve that goal.
접전이 예상이 됩니다. 자, 지금까지 왁의 문님
And that was the team rep interview. And before we throw it to the map veto, we're going to throw it back to G-Clough.
첫 번째 경기 맵 비토부터 확인해 보시죠.
And next, thank you, Quest, for the translations. And here comes the map veto. And as usual, we are going into Lijiang Tower to start things off. Kings Row, Esperanza, Cervasa, and Circuit Royale. So, not really picking anything out of ordinary as we start from Lijiang Tower, but Wax choice on Lijiang Tower.
Especially those first 3 we've seen pretty much be the standardized picks for every team. And then we've seen, I think, still a single escort map. Maybe I'm missing one, but yeah, Circuit, great. Would love to see us get there, see a Widowmaker. I like Pokerface's mindset of just get better every day. I think they know that at the very top end of the league, they're a little outclassed. Although they've got a lot of talent on here that's played at the highest level, so it's just a matter of figuring out your roster. And it's got to be difficult for the coaches and GMs to kind of keep everyone happy with that many players on your squad. There's only so many maps you get to play. So I like how Pokerface has come into this season and done some good stuff. And they're on a 2-game win streak. Of course, you expect them to beat Vesta, but then beating Genesis was a critical moment for them. So yeah, they've shown that they can hang with some of the best teams. And by transitive property, Genesis also beat some good teams. So who knows anymore? And we were talking before the show started. I think metas like this, where the skill ceiling essentially gets a little bit lower than your Tracer metas and your Cast metas or even your Sojourn metas, that, you know, lower ranked teams are going to start looking stronger. It's the great equalizer when you start having these brawl comps, these sustained comps, and these comps where, quite frankly, they're just lower skilled overall. When your Reaper is going in and it's just rush and it's cooldown management rather than try to match somebody like a Prophet on Cast. That's not ideal for you. So this comp lends itself to closer games between the top end and the lower end teams.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're kind of on the same page here, as we've seen a lot of tracers for the weeks before, which led into 1v1 duels. And if you end up winning that, you end up helping the team so much more. And that comes down to basically individual mechanics, right? But in this meta right now, where you're just helping a lot more, where your aim is somewhat, I can't really say 100%, but I guess maybe minus 15%-ish less of an aim duel between the DPSs, then of course, as you said, I think it really comes down to much more of a teamwork and what kind of strategy you actually put in, specifically depending on the map and the point that you have to guard or attack into. I believe
Yeah,
we're getting ready to go into WAC versus Poker Face. Yes, Hex, sorry about that.
No, it's totally fine. A lot of time to kill before we get into maps here. It kind of just it ends up nerfing teams with these super high-end damage players. Lip is not as terrifying on the Sojourn, but Lip on Sombra is actually really, really terrifying. But
Yeah,
now
he
you're
is.
taking Hisang, and Hisang. They tried to run some Genji and it looked okay. Hisang on the Echo has been great for them, but if you're moving him onto Reaper, are you really getting all the value you can after that? So I'm excited to see what metas we go into. I know that everyone's kind of poo-pooing that idea that we're going into different metas, but it's very possible that we don't see pure on mirror locks, especially on control maps.
And with the fans cheering on their teams and players, we have Poker Face versus WAC. The first Lijiang Tower. And the gates open in 2, 1. And we start with Jasmine on Orisa, okay, versus Mauga from Junbin. That's a big difference. And Becky on that Echo in the air. She's starting here is Lip, putting on some pressure. From WAC as Poker Face, I think they're starting to think about, okay, that was a dangerous moment for Lip. Almost went down, but he'll back up here. As we see Poker Face now trying to rotate, maybe push one, and Hisa goes down immediately. Nice pick by Proud. And with that one less member, they will start to push, gain some more area with that control push. And no one on the point yet, as WAC is still buying some time. Okay, someone basically needs to touch.
Yeah, just trying to win the fight before they touch. The Sojourn battle is going to be so critical, and it was actually really interesting that WAC did not rotate to the point with the Symmetra, is usually what you see with that composition. They wanted to stay outside. You really don't want to fight an Echo inside here. You would rather have the Echo have to take these high sight lines. I think that's why they did that, but these things off it, now want to trace it.
And here's them. That's rush already from Simple. And WAC just backing up for the moment with their own rush. Here comes the sound barrier early off Faith, still 10% away. Becky duplicate into Mauga, making sure that no one comes into the point. It is being contested from Hisang's Tracer on the back, but the entire team of Poker Face with that barrier runs towards the target and finds Junbin dead on the ground. That's a good focus and movement coming out from Poker Face, and WAC for now is having somewhat of a trouble.
Just a better beat, a later beat from Faith, but really what you saw is
What a bomb.
when they got inside, the Echo can take all of these different angles, and no one has an angle to shoot Echo. And so Becky was just firing free damage, was able to get dupes the Mauga, and then you're fighting Mauga and Orisa, you're going to lose that one. But Hisang, the skill expression coming through. What's important is WAC had flipped this earlier with Hisang's pressure on the point, and Poker Face has not been able to wrestle it back until just now.
Yes, with that Terror Surge, great moment from Jasmine there. Orisa actually doing a better job staying with the team. Poker Face for now was the flip, so WAC had about 26%, but not enough. Poker Face still holding 2 ultimates. Junbin, that cage is ready. Whenever there's an opportunity. Here's the flip. Because of that weird rotation from Poker Face, Proud popping that overclock already. Can't really find a target. Only Mauga on the field. Everyone else just around the corner for now. And here's Lip overclock again. Oh, what a play! Jasmine's Orisa has been fantastic Overwatch to watch. And even with that cage drop, WAC just cannot hold things inside the control.
Well, WAC used 3 ultimates there too and just got nothing out of it. Just some clutch play from Jasmine. Hopefully this matchup at least will quiet some people a little bit, because this is fun to watch. Not mirrored out, DPS players swapping all over the place.
I love it. Both barriers ready. Chorong, Faith. Faith drops first, and Chorong immediately responds with the own barrier. Both Lucio's doing the job, as no other ultimates are being formed at the moment. And Lit focused around the corner. And Jasmine Becky in the mid-time was getting focused from Chorong Hisang, and Hisang takes 3. And the rest to get the entire team wipe. And finally, WAC will have the flip. But look at that percentage. Poker Face, it does seem like they're responding well enough with 86 for now.
I think the big damage that came in through that last fight was Junbin hitting the slam on overrun pretty perfectly. I think I saw some people hit the ground. It's a ridiculous ability if you can actually target it down. Not only does it do critical damage at the center, it knocks people down. It's a mini Earth Shatter on a cooldown. So I think Junbin coming in and you hit that slam perfectly. Poker Face is going to have a lot to work with here. I think they're going to probably wait a second, open up with Kitsune.
Yeah, overrun certainly a great skill, but it's really hard to land. It's really hard to control if you're not used to Mauga. There's a rush coming out. Lip immediately gets picked with the javelin, and even with Hisang's Photon Barrier right in the middle, maybe yeah, it's just not enough against all the Parasurge and the damage from Poker Face. Some good ultimates, I guess, used from Whack. Nothing really too big of a waste, but no one can actually touch the point, and that will be first point going to Poker Face already. What a Lijiang Tower start.
Why is Lip a javelin magnet? So even his match against FTG, it seemed like Lip was getting hit by every single javelin. It's just bad luck. Obviously, it's not Lip's fault as a player, but the one to knock him off the map, the one to kill him there, like it's just this is picking up where he left off before. Lip playing against Orisa has been weird in its way, and let's give Jasmine all the credit in the world. Jasmine kind of crushing on this Orisa, hitting the skill shots.
Yes, and you can tell from Whack that Hisang was, I think he started off with a Tracer to Symmetra and then one more. There are a lot of switches on the side of Whack for DPS line. And we come down to, yeah, still keeping Orisa from Jasmine. Proud Becky, that Sojourn Echo comp. Let's see who wins the neutral fight here. As Jasmine was hiding around the corner, here comes the drive. Point unlocking in 10 seconds. Jubin takes about half HP, getting focused. Jasmine goes down first. Finally, a starting win for Whack right before the point opens up. And that should be a team wipe to keep things under control. Chorum just making sure. That almost seems like melee to me.
Those are always great. Now Whack in position here. He's signed with the cleanup there, and this is where you want to be. With this composition, you want to get your turret set up. You want to have all the spam down the hallways, especially from the Symmetra right click, which can get you so much work going. And it's also going to be very difficult for Becky to find an angle on this Echo. I think Becky gives it another life to see if you can get duplicate up, but it's so hard to re-engage with Echo here.
Becky not thinking about swapping yet, as maybe waiting for that duplicate potential. As we're hitting 33. Poker Face starting to gain some space into the control. At least they open the gates inside. And here's Becky.
You just gotta be patient. They need to wait for an ult to come in. I think you wait for Simple to hit a Shuriken and you get in there. Or a kunai, whatever it's called.
Yeah, if you can get that sweet headshot, maybe it's gonna help a lot. Here's Whack. Also rotating towards the side. Here's a Photon Barrier from Misang. A lot of ultimates popping the rush from both sides. And here comes Chorum's Barrier, and Fate did not catch Jasmine from going down there. As Becky Proud still holding ultimates, but still Whack to seem like the winner from this duel, having a lot of ultimates spent already. Yeah, there's Proud and Becky holding DPS.
It's been very hard for Poker Face to engage and get any sort of good angles because Whack has just waited out their economy every single time. They're just mirroring them, and they're in a better spot, and their engage tank is a little stronger. Proud takes on Lip, though. That's important. A lot of damage.
Kill. As Jasmine should be back now. As Becky holding that duplicate. Fate picking up a third kill. Yes, Whack, they were ready to go down immediately after seeing Lip going down. There was no way of dropping that cage from Junbin. But this is certainly one of the better maps and control where the cage fight can benefit your entire team so much. But that's a big counter from Jasmine, and here's a teleporter inside. Wanted to test the water inside that small room there. And Lip getting very low, 9 HP, and eventually gets picked up from another shot from Proud. That's a 2-0 from Proud to Proud versus Lip.
Proud across the board has been the best player for Poker Face consistently over the last 3 weeks. So it's no surprise to see Proud going toe-to-toe with Lip. You mentioned Cage Fight. You mentioned Cage Fight is a really good ultimate. I think it's much better on the defense here, so you can completely shut down an entry angle. It's going to be hard to... I want to see who Junbin targets out with this Cage Fight. I don't think Orisa's a great target for the Cage Fight, just based on Fortify and some of the abilities she can still use. maybe try to get to the back line, but even that is a hard task with these elusive supports.
Yes. Here it goes, and Lucio, they can certainly escape easily. And Jumi getting focused, and heavily the damage is in the photo barrier with the overclock and sound barrier from Poker Face early on. Toro about to come, immediately dropping, saving a lot of their teammates. Isang Junbin low on HP, but barrier will keep them alive. Poker Face, they drop their barriers first and cannot get this one for the win. And the flip comes through for Whack.
Well, they threw everything at it. They had to. It was going to be final fights. Poker Face is going to move to heroes that can possibly touch. That's the hope. Becky needs a touch. Jasmine needs to get there. Not gonna happen.
Nope, there's no touch. Manga was keeping the gates guarded on the side, and that will be 1-1, tying things up in Lijiang Tower. And Wax seems to be coming back as we go through couple.
Yeah, Whack would prefer longer, drawn-out fights just for the sustain that they have, and the fights that Poker Face has won have been decisive fights where, you know, maybe Proud's getting an opening kill and then they throw a bunch at it to clean it up. Because the longer the fights go, the more value Maga and the Cardiac Overdrive are going to get. Orisa doesn't have that same power necessarily to enable her team. Much more of a, I'm going to eat damage up front, fortify, and maybe get some spin going. So Poker Face would rather have fights end quickly. That's why you have the burst damage of Becky and Proud on Echo and Sojourn respectively.
And we'll see how this one goes. Early turrets coming down from Lucio's shots. Whack still under control. Becky immediately gets sniped from Liv. And I think that was exactly what Whack was looking for. Haven't seen those type of kills for the first two. Finally coming through with some shots. Liv on this Sojourn. Gotta watch out. That's Becky coming back with still keeping that Echo. Not switching their DPS line whatsoever. Jasmine still on that Orisa.
It's a harder map than, say, Night Market for Becky to get in. Proud just lose the 1v1 and they're going to back up a little bit. They don't want to get chased out through White Room.
Yes. Yeah. In the meantime, the rotation, you lose one like that and it just cuts you off so much. Power slides away and Liv just get so much free stack as the enemy team is rotating.
Poker Face has almost only initiated the last bunch of fights with Kitsune Rush, so I'd imagine as soon as Simple gets it, they're going to fire it through. Oh, but they lost Faith!
Uh-oh. As
it's a lot of utility to not have.
Yes.
They got to wait
utility
for it.
Plus the late barrier now. Choron's already at 93. That's minus 30% on Faith. Sound barrier coming for the later fights.
Now their alt advantage window is absolutely closed. Whack can just mirror them again.
Stickies, some work as with the Kitsune. Face, they try to come in, but there's a barrier right in the middle. And Proud falls once again. Here's Lit with the rail and overclock. And they just can't keep up. Look at Face, they're trying to do what they can. It brings down Yisang at least, but here's Lip again. The sound barrier comes slightly too late, but it doesn't matter as Faith is somewhat away from having his own barrier. The Poker Face, they will have their turn next time, but will there be a next time? Less than 20% left.
Poker Face has never been able to set up the fight that they want because they've been losing players and it's been taking them way too long. You think about it, that's only like the second fight we've seen on this stage.
Oh,
and now with Proud
again.
down, Poker Face has to go in 4v5 here and just hope Proud can come across the bridge and hit an angle.
Okay, Poker Face, they do have the sound barrier available in the Terra Surge. Those two are the only one, and Proud better come early. Okay, barrier keeps him alive, but for how long? Barrier's gone, Terra Surge around the wall, but no one's touching the point because of the fact when the tank is low, no one else can touch. And I guess Proud wasn't back in time for that fight, and Whack, after losing one, will have some mini reverse sweep on Lijiang Tower.
If this were week 1 or week 2, these matches probably wouldn't be very close. Like I said, it kind of equalized was when the new meta is going around. Proud did exactly what I said Proud was going to do. It come across the bridge and hit an angle. Actually hit that shot right before they were not on the point. Really hard to see exactly what happened on some C9s like that without an overhead or without a replay. But Yeah, they were getting Jasmine really low. The beat came out just in time to save Jasmine, but without that space denial, the other people are going to get bullied off the point. A relatively close one, though, from Whack and Poker Face, and you know what? I kind of dig what we just saw. I don't mind
Really?
a Maga if it's the only Maga. I like when there's a Sojourn on the field, and we have a Sojourn duel, so the skill expression heroes are coming back in a little bit. The caveat is that was Control, and Control usually lends itself to doing things that are a little bit different. When we get to more standard maps, and the most standard map in King's Row, we'll see if these teams want to mirror it out. It's really going to depend on the tank. I was impressed with Jasmine. Jasmine had been their Junker Queen for the most part in week 1 and 2, unable to pick up the Doom, but the Orisa looked pretty strong.
Yeah, that Orisa actually matched pretty well against Junbin's Mauga. Did really well, especially on the second map. And let's see if there are any other tank changes in the middle, because both teams do have a double tank lineup. They can always swap back in and out. Mauga seems okay, but of course, as you mentioned, when they're going inside and they're not defending, when they're actually going inside, Mauga seems to be the main target, as he does have a pretty big box to be hit from. And if you have a DPS like that in your team, it's always a great sign. When you're about to have this 5v5, if you can cut one off, I think that was a third time, double on Proud and once on Faith. And that just saved so much time. They didn't even really have to start the fight. And that's Lip.
Right. Those fights end up being over when you get those initial kills. Lip just took over that stage, period.
Yeah, that's game 1. And we'll take a very short break. And when we come back, we'll go into that second map, Hybrid, Lijiang, Hybrids, King's Row. And welcome back, everyone. This is Overwatch Champions Series Korea Week 3, Day 3, Match number 1. We are going into our hybrid map, Kings Row. And we've seen a lot of Kings Row, Hex, and a lot of teams preparing somewhat different strategy for it. Seen some cool play from the Japanese teams, Pacific teams, but Korean teams, for now, are playing about the same mirror matches and hoping it's Day 3, so there should have been some extra time for them to prep for some cheese. I'm looking forward to seeing some different tanks, some more DPSs coming out here.
You are hungry for dairy tonight. That is the second or third time you've mentioned some cheese. I never mind some cheddar. I don't know if Kings Row is real conducive to it though, because it is such a standard map. Yeah, Max is coming in. I don't know what that means for the Maga meta. Max's best hero, I think, has always been Sigma, and we've seen a lot of Sigma on Kings Row. It works out really well, and it was actually interesting when I first started watching the Korean region, like the team to almost pioneer Sigma on Kings Row was VEC. They were the ones running it because they couldn't really run the Doomfist comp. So they made it work, and then teams are like, oh, Sigma could be pretty good here. Definitely good on defense, even solid on offense. As you move forward, we've seen a myriad of tanks come through second points, Divas, Zaryas, etc. So it could be anything. I'm just happy with how the first map went. I was really expecting coming into today to see like Maga, Sim, Reaper, and that'd be the control meta, or Maga, Sim, or Maga, Sombra, Reaper. You know, the classic Samogapur comp, right?
Samogapur,
Yep. That's the elegant name I came up for.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna stick because it's really
I like the
easy
quality,
to say.
Okay. I do like how it sounds, and we just might be going back to that. As Kings Row, we do see a lot of Reapers, even back like the middle end towards the last year when we had some of those bigger tanks. We ended up having a lot of those Death Blossom angles, especially on the second point and the third point. It's because Reaper can all just teleport up and drop with the Death Blossom. There's just a lot of good angles for that hero. So I think Kings Row is one of the best maps for Reaper. We'll see how the DPS lineup goes. Certainly has been a lot more Sojourn from Lip and Proud. Of course, Lip winning that duel very hard on that third stage of Lijiang Tower. Let's see if that continues with Max. Max, as you said, a lot more reliant on Sigma, but who knows? We might be having a specific Mauga for Kings Row, and that might be Junbin for the team. I mean, Max.
Yeah. I think both of them played it the other day, and this is a WAC team that favored playing the Orisa as well when they got away with it. And then I think there was a moment I want to say it was on Push, where they decided, well, if we just switch Mauga right now, we'll win the map. And, dishonest play. Some people would call it, but you do what you have to do to win. Really, I'm interested about Jasmine. When this team, Poker Face, has wanted to play Sigma, it has been Peppy, who's on the bench. Jasmine, like I said, coming into this was largely playing Junker Queen for this squad early on in week 1. We're already in week 3, and this is the third different meta in quotes that we've seen. So who's really got the best read on it is hard to tell. But Jasmine's Orisa looked really strong. It was able to go head to head with the Maga composition. So,
hey,
and obviously, Faith. Sorry, I thought Faith had a couple of good rounds on Lijiang Tower, and then the Proud versus Lip 1v1 I think is going to continue. Hopefully,
we'll get to see more of that as we hear the dubstep. The game is indeed ready for this hybrid map. This Kings Row between Wet and Poker Face, and we have a slight pause. I'm hoping it's a slight pause. All that hype from the dubstep is fading away. I like their pink keyboards though. Okay,
I was gonna say some nice peripherals.
And, some pink keyboard and even the keycaps. I'm a big keyboard guy, so. Proud's having some sound issues, and it does seem like from the tank and let's look on WAC side. Okay, a lot more black and white. Okay,
that's my aesthetic.
Flashy LEDs.
Pure black and white. black switches, which they don't really make anymore. So I had to buy 2 of the same keyboard because I know that they stopped making black switches. The big thing that I like about keyboards is I don't have my numbers or letters printed on the top of the key. They're on the side.
I love the side key printed.
Yeah.
Exactly. My man, Hex. Exactly. And you were talking about dishonesty. I mean, well, you might say dishonest, but that means that they're doing a damn good job at playing the game. That's usually how it goes
to
down.
win. Yeah.
That's
I
right.
mean, there's some heroes that are always just called dishonest, right? I think it started when Sombra became really meta in one of the seasons, and people were like, "This is just." It was previous Sombra where you could just hack people and they couldn't play the game. Mostly tanks, I think, started the term dishonest because there was that meta where they were just getting, sleep dart, accretion, hacked, and like they couldn't even play the game. So that came about then.
As we unpause Fighters of the Storm. Remember another game of the Storm.
I liked HOTS, man. HOTS was a fun game.
I still play.
Yeah, because I think that game type can have such an entry barrier that HOTS, I was like, oh, okay, cool, casual. I kind of get this. This is kind of fun, and it's people from a universe that I'm familiar with.
I still play Hanzo, just like Overwatch.
The Overwatch heroes getting added to HOTS were all super busted.
Exactly, they're all so strong. Genji's still pretty strong. As the gates open in 7, Chorong, Life Fever, I think just for the start, they don't even have a Widow. So Max indeed playing Sigma, opening up the gates, and Jasmine also on Sigma. So no Maga for now. I like it for now.
Yeah.
And double echo. Lip on Tracer, scanning through. Spots that they're all the way up on top. Going to be rotating. Maybe blink through and contesting on the back line. Here's Proud on the back. We got sniped by Lips Soldier a couple of times last game. We'll remember that certainly. It's Becky Hizang 1v1. Oh, with the help of Shu. That Anna helping out big time in the air. Proud with the snipe. Lip goes down. And that's not the only kill. Shu once again with Hizang. These duo with the help from the support line. Black might be having the edge on this.
It's a really weird offense that they took there. They were just waiting for the DPS to win their 1v1s. Usually on offense, you're running up through the right stairs and you're running up through the hallway. You're just sweeping up the high ground, forcing the defense into the hotel rotation. Lip has died twice with getting nothing so far.
And now Faith snipes on Lip with the headshot. It's as if they're taking the revenge off of that Lijiang tower. One from Proud, one from Faith. Now I think we can call it even. And Lip goes back on Ash this time. And all they got was a single tick, pushing through a little bit more. Now he's in the air, ready with a duplicate. Becky not exactly ready with that. Here's the nano on Hisang. With the beam, takes down Proud. That's 1-1. Max goes down, but Hisang takes another. Coming back soon enough. Yes, X.
They had no tank, and so they just made one of their own. We have a tank at home. Hisang copies Jasmine, able to take that one down. The rare Ash sighting. I'm stoked to see it. I don't know if you're going to play it on second here, but Lip was absolutely riding the struggle bus on the Tracer, so had to switch something. And it's a really nice counter to Becky in the sky.
Yes, exactly. They need to bring something. Dynamite. Of course, with the patch, with the slightly less, but still very strong hero, once you can land those headshots. So we'll be starting the payload push. Poker Face, they do have Transcendence, and Jasmine's Flux is coming soon enough. And Proud might be hinting a little more snipe from the overclock. Let's see where they go into. Here is the first corner. Stickies. Not enough damage. Max taking about half HP. Heart still pushing. Beck is holding good time. There's Bob.
Great Bob.
The early start and immediately kill onto Jasmine and Proud. Book of Fate, the rest of the members just has to fall back. Max pushing the max distance. And they do want to find whoever's on top.
Why? See, the thing about this comp from Poker Face too that I think a lot of people overlook, and it's actually both comps, is once you start losing a fight, you're going to continue losing the fight. You don't have a disengagement from Lucio. You can't back up. You're going to get chased down, and that's what you saw there, Max chasing down. Did Jasmine Flux? Did I miss that?
I guess so.
What happened there?
I think it was canceled. He immediately went down during the last fight.
Must have got
I think
rocked.
it was immediately rocked or
Slept
focused
dart or
down to
something.
death.
Yeah.
We're having 3 Proud with their overclock. Certainly put an end to a lot of what's being cooked from WAC. But they already hit 2 points and 4-minute time bang. I think that's good to go. Pokerface still holding double soul support ultimates. And depending on Becky's duplicate. By seeing a no switch from that Ashe yet. Lip will keep on playing. And look at the sneaky angle from Becky. Now they with that grenade. Pop that Transcendence and the Flux from Max. The support response. The copy is gone for Becky. Poker Face. Do they have enough in the pocket?
Well, they can come in with Nano now. They don't have the greatest Nano targets. You maybe think of an Echo. The Sig's not terrible for a Nano target. There's just better tanks that take Nano better. But
Oh,
she
Lip
might
with the
just use
headshot
it
once again.
defensively, too.
Ready for the push now as that Nano still doesn't even have to be used. He's out with a second Jasmine fall. Simple to follow next. And this payload is not really being stopped after that one team wipe. And that's a
Wrong with
spawn
the
kill.
cleanup. Proud has to go to this Widow to try to deal with Lip. Lip's been a problem. Look at him resurrect Fate. A mercy
Okay.
sighting. What is going on in this game?
And Nano onto Max and immediately stunned. Double that. Double Max and double that Sigma. You don't have enough tank. Becky immediately going down. Jasmine dead. And that's a touch already? What? No one on the point.
Bullied
That payload
out.
went straight in.
Proud was straight up confused on how to deal with Lip. Just the Ashe getting a little bit better range, more consistent range, obviously, is the advantage over the Sojourn. Sojourn's nice for consistent upfront damage and maybe hitting rails, but it all started out where the damage dealers for WAC just got the better of both of it. I mean, not Lip, though. Lip died like 3 times immediately and then switched to Ashe. The Ashe was critical, mostly getting the Bob, pushed them all back, because King's Row is so much about corner-to-corner fighting, and that Bob allowed them to take 2 corners and allowed them to get the second point for relatively free. Proud obviously didn't have an answer to it. Heesang was getting more value out of the Echo. Becky was going really deep. I think Becky felt forced to make plays, forced to try to do something about Lip, and that didn't really go all that well for Becky trying to get to the back line. And I don't know, you get to see Shu on Ana, and that's got to be a terrifying sight.
That was first half, and that's the reason why WAC was able to just single hand push about 3 minutes, slightly less than that. Let's see Poker Face if they can respond well, better in time. Okay. Jasmine. Really? Hog? Of course he was buffed. No way.
Well,
Eva.
Everything was Bob.
And there's some room for Genji with that Ana buff. Becky going back on Echo. So Lip holding that Tracer for now. Defensive Tracer it is. Here's Proud with the Genji. Swift strikes in. Tries to contest a little bit with the deflect. Throws everyone off of that second floor.
The Diva's just a dive, and maybe in anticipation of the Lip Ashe as well to be able to deal with that. So far, they've kind of got them bullied into this corner, and now the dashes can come through. Dash reset.
Okay, a third. And the Sigma can only do so much. A third for Proud, and Liv thought he could do some amazing action on his own, but good news for Poker Face. With
I
that
think they
rotation, that's at least a tick or more.
They just surprised them straight up with the dive. They weren't expecting that to come in, and it was a really nice dive where Jasmine took one angle through the hallway up top, and then Proud met him on the other side. Hammer and anvil.
Yeah. At least the second tick came through. Poker Face diving in again, but in a different angle. Here's Proud. But lower HP. WAC losing code. Ooh, big time. Poker Face, they can regroup and come back from the spawn.
Reset.
Oh. Proud having some great moment with this Genji already with the blade ready to go.
Well, the problem
Yeah,
with WAC too right now is, can you get people back in time? Again, no Lucio, slow support line. This is a stall out copy. That's why you're taking the D buff for the sustain. Still doesn't really do much.
And here comes the blade. From Proud, sound barrier. On top of that, Faith just wants to lock that in and get the first point. We'll get the payload at least. That's pretty good time bank. About the same that WAC had on the first point. Becky falls, but the rest of the members of WAC actually taking a lot more damage. Max, Diva Mech, and Diva also falls. And then switching back into Tracer. Somewhat of a mirror matchup here.
You got Beat Blade, super value out of it. And like I said, WAC was always going to have the problem of trying to reinforce because they just have a really slow support line. That's why Max was in there trying to get some stall out, hoping that someone can come in and do some damage at the very end. But Poker Face used the ultimates exactly how they had to. Going to switch over to Tracer and match this. Yeah, so much for a Mauga meta. I don't know, like, did last night even happen? What a fever dream that is now.
Yes, teams are starting to move away from Mauga. And okay, it doesn't always work in all maps. There should be better answers. For now, it is Diva matchup. Let's see who plays better. And Sombra from Lijiang coming through. Transcendence, the beam, the double mech from Poker Face with the copy. Liv looking for the pulse on target, but there's a self-explosion. There's a pulse, but now will be going down. Small room, everyone's trying to struggle and fight for their lives. Managed to escape from the self-destruct, but at the end, Poker Face just having a lot better time. And no one's... guys, who's handling the payload?
Yeah, that's a tomorrow me problem for Poker Face. They're going to back up, but they needed somebody to get that push. But also, if you're backing someone up, you never know if you're going to have that throughput to actually finish the fight. WAC will be able to come back here and fight this. They need Max to come out and then open up an angle for Shu to lay down window. They also have EMP, so unless they botch this, this should be WAC's fight. That's a botch.
2 meters away. With Lip dead. They should be finding another room to push. Hisang does have an EMP. Who's looking for that angle.
They backed out. Oh, I don't love that.
And EMP right after the barrier. And that was an okay sign, but the barrier is going to cancel a lot of that potential. 1-1, Hisang max down. Proud.
Alright. Yeah, that EMP looked like it was going to be a lot more valuable than it was. It's a kind of a gambit to open with beat there and hope that not everyone gets completely melted and stripped down, but it does force out the EMP so that WAC can't engage with it. Poker Face is going to have a slower time regardless of how it goes out at 3 minutes now, but still a pretty solid offense. Let's see what Becky wants to get done here on the duplicates. He's been duplicating the Diva, and then running a double Diva has been very impressive.
Double Diva from Hisang too. As what's time now, but Poker Face, they certainly do have some chance of bringing this home to the 3-point. And Lip Proud going back on Tracer. Let's watch. The field gone. Transcendence out from Chorong to keep things alive. That's a pulse on the ground, but she gets caught. Headshot response back. Becky wins the air fight and duplicate into Diva immediately after that. Everyone in the corner. There's another kill from Becky. Trap, the Matrix keeping the damage outside, and this payload has been pushing almost to that 3rd point. No one can come from the spawn. They're trapped inside. Few members contesting. Here's Hisang with that Genji. Finding one. That will stabilize things a little bit.
Staggered just a little bit on the way out. Shu took down Proud there, which has to be a feel-good moment for Shu because Proud has been all over Shu this game, even going back to the Genji. A couple moments where Shu's just jumping in the air, praying that the dash through doesn't come, and then Proud was assassinating him on this Tracer as well. So Shu getting that single kill onto Proud was actually pretty clutch because now Proud can't run wild. Allows WAC to stabilize. 90 seconds left of this Poker Face offense, and they're probably going to open with Rush. They really like opening with Rush.
Certainly do, and that rush is ready from Kiriko. Go, and Fate with that barrier. Has to use that Matrix, and here's Jasmine keeping everyone at bay. Already attack on Kisang. Going all the way wide here. Lip trying to make something happen, and Becky gets caught in the explosion. And this is madness around the payload crowd, and keeping everyone on point. 1.9 away. Could be deadly. Someone has to come and touch the best. There's the escape from Diva. And Jasmine falls around the same time. It's up to the support and DPS. And here comes Isang's Genji. Yeah, doesn't have to pop the blade. That's a reliever when we just had 0.5 meters to go.
Well, Max did a really good job of shutting down Simple, and the gobble up onto Simple's damage and healing towards the back really forced a lot out of Poker Face in response. They had to get the peel back there, then they're out of position up front, and they don't get the healing up front for Proud and Becky. So really nice tank dive. Speaking of tank, Max on Maga.
Yes, I spotted that too. Max moving back to Maga. Let's see how they can hold 10 plus seconds. Poker Face needs everything, has some ultimates coming online. Some far away for the sound barrier. Blade is ready from Hisang. Pulse bomb. It seemed like, oh, no one touching the payload from Poker Face. Becky couldn't handle it. I guess he wasn't close enough, and that will be Whack picking another map with Kings Road 3-2 score. That's a second map for Whack this night.
Second time the Poker Face has gotten off the payload. That one was pretty egregious. Everyone was alive. Like, they were pushing into Blade, and it was going to be difficult anyway, but to not even give yourself a chance at it, that's demoralizing. I don't think they know what happened, but you have to have a plan in that case. Who's going to touch? Who's going to even... So call, I'm pushed off, and who else is going to touch next? Again, I love to see the replay of that, or top down, but that's brutal. That's a really tough way to lose a map. Like, even if they finish out, they're going to have a tough road to climb because the Whack offense was really strong, but you got to be giving yourself chances when you're Poker Face.
At the final moments, or just... I must have thought Becky thought that he was close enough to the payload that he would be touching in the final moment after the countdown was over. But it is what it is. Sometimes you just can't touch. You just have to go. That's where the communication really has to come through, right? Are you touching? Who's touching next? That should be practiced. But sometimes with the amount of heroes on the other side, it's just not perfect sometimes. And we've seen a lot of payloads just being unguarded or without a man guarding it, and it just comes down to those final moments.
Yeah, but it just sucks. I mean, there's not a second way to say it. As a team, to not give yourself the chance, and like I said, they were going into Blade. Even if they win it, it's bad. But there's no excuse for it. There's no excuse for it at a professional level to not have a single person on the payload. Again, it's really hard to tell in the moment and where the cameras are. Maybe somebody made a play on the cart. Maybe somebody got pooped off. But look, I think C9s in chat are worth it now. And like I said, that the second that Poker Face has done it. Here's what happens.
Okay. Oh, literally no one on the payload. Jasmine was busy fighting elsewhere. That's the highlight. A quick one. Yeah, I like
Becky was trying to get there, but it would have been Becky 1v4.
Mm-hmm. And Jasmine,
that was pretty bad.
Yeah, I believe Proud was actually nearby. Okay.
But way more Whack on the cart than Poker Face. I think that might... Look, my theory is that's on Jasmine, on the tank, pushing where they are, because you need the D.Va on the cart actually to deal with Maga. But I think seeing the target, I think Shu was in that back corner, and having been bullying Shu all night, maybe thought something was going to happen there. Maybe not comfortable on the D.Va. Not as much play time for Jasmine. I'm going to make as many excuses as possible, but that's an inexcusable C9.
So hopefully we don't have that type of C9 anymore in this matchup. But for now, Whack is leading 2-0. When we come from the break, we will go into our third map push. Welcome back, everyone. It is 2-0. Whack, certainly whacking again, but Poker Face doing a good job, and we haven't seen as much Malga today, so we'll see what's up for this push map. This is really the map where we see a lot more Malga and some other tanks, but we're going to, instead of Colosseo, it's going to be Esperanza, so we'll see what Whack and Poker Face in their hand. And so far, I would say minimum Malga use. A lot more Orisa, a lot more Sigmas as we came down to King's Row, but here comes the third map, and it is Push. How do you think about this map so far?
Well, like you said, we've mostly seen Malga on this. It does seem like both teams prefer not to if they don't have to. We've seen just a minimal amount, only in a little bit on Control, and then very at the end of Kings. I think that'd be a good spot for any tank to land, would be at the end, you know, in very specific points. Kings is always great about that too, where it's very difficult to run one tank from the beginning to the end. You saw some great Sigma play, then both teams have to match the Diva and the Dive, so it's been a really fun match as far as meta-wise goes. So it's been really interesting. This might be the breaking point because really what we saw being very strong on this map in particular was the Reaper Sombra Malga. So some I can't even say it anyway. So you're just playing in the archways, and it's really easy for the Sombra to get charge, and it's very difficult for the opposing team to do anything from what is traditionally the best point on the map, which is the high ground on the bridges. I wouldn't be surprised to see one of the teams run that, but also both these teams kind of had the agreement of running Orisa. Well, with Junbin coming in, the only thing I'm pretty sure of is they're not going to run Sigma. That's about all I can tell you, because Max is their Sigma player for sure. Yeah, I mean, maybe you run a Malga and then a Sombra, so that, or not a Sombra, a Malga and a Sojourn, so that can actually do something. And both these teams have surprised me to be breaking out of the meta that I was terrified was going to be the most static and weird meta possible. So I don't care what they play now.
With the bench cheering on the teams, here comes Whack versus Poker Face map 3. For now, Junbin, I believe he played Orisa for the Control, was subbed out for the second map, back in here, and Malga's on the field. We'll see. But Jasmine, of course, was playing Orisa.
Poker Face hasn't really played it very much. So Whack gonna run this with the Malga, and then the variation of the Malga Sojourn. So we do get the Sojourn battles. So this is very much what we saw in Control.
Yeah, very close to it as we have Junbin subbed in now. Jasmine back on Orisa. And Proud Lip, the Sojourns, the Gauge, and the Railguns. Let's see who's on point. There's a shot. Proud almost going down from the shot.
Really cool angle to take, and they run the Symmetra just so they can get there.
Somewhat being more pushed because of the range. And Becky in the air somewhere. And there's a teleporter. I think that's a fake one.
It's fake. Fake news.
Everyone knows when the teleporter is all the way up there and no one's around it. It's pretty easy to tell.
It does at least focus fire on it for a second because the teleporter itself got a buff.
Yeah, you're right. And one instantly gone, cancelled. Here as Lip is still looking for that. Okay, full gauge. Sweet headshot if they can. And here's Becky with the rush. Early one from Simple. Malga getting focused again, and Junbin goes down. Without the tank, Whack has the ball back. They really contest this 4v5.
Whack can't do anything now. They have to leave. Shu was a half second behind on getting a rush of their own to match that, and that half second was enough to blow up Junbin. So, you know, show me a team that loves engaging with Rush more than Poker Face. It seems like their huge strategy every time, and look, it's a legit. It's like it's the best ult to engage with almost in the game. So not surprising.
Exactly, immediately just pop it and your team is good to go for the rush. And Junbin back on the field, Becky dead, overclock from Proud. Not really finding a kill-worthy target out other than Malga. Here comes the barrier. Jasmine not in the barrier, or I must have missed that barrier from getting deleted from Whack. Even with that barrier. Whack doesn't even have to use any from that initial pick onto Jasmine. We'll be having an easy push, even with a teleport. Want to catch some of the members going back, retreating. I think he at least trades one.
Big swing. Whack is going to take control here, and it ends up being so much more important than the first fight where you're getting like 8 meters, 9 meters. When you start getting up to 30, trying to push it back all the way through from the team that's down ends up being, a Herculean effort. And Whack with everything in the bank except for Kitsune Rush. Poker Face has Kitsune Rush. Wonder if they'll use it to engage.
Well, with you dead, I don't know if they will use anything. Oh, barrier from Chorong to the desk. The rush from Simple. Double ultimates being dropped. He's on low.
Great disengage.
Being healed.
Yeah, they had to use barrier Whack to keep people alive, but they do get out. They're able to disengage really well with the teleporter, able to bail on that situation, and now they can come back in with cage fight and overclock.
Yeah, saving the tools for the later fight. Yeah, here's the cage with Lijiang's bottom. The barrier comes through. But Junmin is actually getting focus. Defeated with Simple, but Whack finds a lot more targets. Comes a Terra from Jasmine, but a lot of your members already gone. Was it really worth to pop it second after? And that'll be a big win for Whack with the team fight.
Lip continues to clean up. Yeah, Jasmine maybe committing the Terra Surge a little bit too late. Junmin did die in that cage match, but they got a lot of value out of it. There's so much focus fire that has to go into Umaga, even at a low level, or at a low HP level, that it's ridiculous. And the rest of your team, like, if you don't all focus in, you're in trouble. Lip going aggro.
Immediate pick with that overclock. Umaga off to the side. And finally Whack.
Your checkpoint.
They're doing a lot more work with just one ultimate, and that's a checkpoint. First one for Whack. Still got double and more ways to go. And Poker Face, they don't really have the best tools to defend against this push. Now this corner though can be one of the choking points on this map. Oh, teleporter, never mind. You don't need to go through the choking point. You got Hisang's teleport right there. Disengage from Poker Face. You could work the rush. Has to be used. Chorong finds one more. Becky caught again.
What's Becky doing?
Don't exactly know. Well, that's Whack
They're
now.
just
Retreating
gonna-
back
They're just going to leave again.
from the overclock of Proud. Not really doing as much work compared to Lip. And the
Yeah,
robots
Becky's-
still staying still.
Becky's had a couple moments this match that are confoundingly aggressive and been absolutely punished for it. King's Row also comes to mind a couple times. So Whack in a great spot. Whack is happy to disengage whenever there's pressure, whenever there's ultimates used. They would rather you just burn those.
Oh, Junbin immediately bursts it down. All this utility is just not enough, and the sound barrier from Fate for Poker Face to come back. And finally, this will be the push for that Poker Face waited for such a long time, about a minute and a half. Dropping a lot of their big tools, but certainly winning the team fight.
It always looks so promising at this point when you're pushing the robot, because it's just jogging along, but then you get to the actual payload and you're like, oh yeah, we have 3 fights we have to win before we can tie this up. Poker Face is going to have to win 2 in a row. It's going to have to be Becky finding some sort of value out of the duplicates.
Headshot. Not gonna help. Poker Face winning 2 in a row. As you mentioned multiple times, push you need to win 2 in a row or more to actually get the real push done. There's a disruption shot, and Shu finding one more target along with Chorong. These support lines from Whack has been whacking all the opponents. And Poker Face, they can't really get their stories tied together, as they will be closing this chapter. Might be starting another one soon enough.
I'm such a child. Whack been whacking just makes me laugh. I don't know. I can't help it. I love dumb jokes, and it's a good one. Yeah, Whack gonna continue to push. Here's the thing on push though: if you find yourself in an area you don't want to fight and you have the lead that Whack does, you just end up leaving. Becky going for another hero play.
Get some damage, not enough to kill, and here's Lip to respond. Much better job with the overclock.
Oh my god!
Oh man, who let this guy? And that's how you play Sojourn at this level.
Becky going for the hero play. At least there was going to be the duplicate to get out to live, but still another enormous play. Rarely your team is really trying to push up this hill. You take it about this far, and unless you get a pick off or a really solid engage, teams aren't really trying to fight down the corridor into a team with huge spawn advantage.
Grab in the cage. Here's Junbin. And Book of Age will have to respond better as they kind of knew that rotation was immediately coming.
Just getting caught, and it's been really brutal. Now you've got some forward hold here from WAC. Even if they don't keep pushing, there's 2 minutes left, and they're up nearly 100 meters. This one, Poker Face needs to be perfect. That's not perfect. They can come
Another
out.
death on Proud. 4v5. There's the barrier. And a lot of tools drop. Faith 9% away from that sound barrier. Torong still ready with the lone Lucio shot here. Sprout trying to respond back with the overclock. But look at this Junbin! He's doing nothing whatsoever, just taking the shot, tanking for the team. And that just might be enough for WAC to actually deliver this robot towards the final push. But here's Jasmine back on the control spot. Trying to have the contest, of course, the response much faster for Poker Face will be stabilizing things, but that heroic play, I will say, from Junbin certainly told a lot about what was going on in this game.
A little smile. Simple ends up pulling it back, gets a couple of shots, so they're in a position where Poker Face has to be absolutely perfect the rest of the map. I really doubt that one's going to come back to bite them, but just Maga stuff.
And a minute left now. Let's see if that pays off. Jasmine, Parasurge, shoot. And then after getting one more, that's a third. Okay, Proud responds. Well, that may be too many members dead already for Poker Face. This robot has been pushing a little bit. Here's Junbin for the save to contest the robot. We're talking 40 seconds, and here's Yisang to do the cleanup duty on the back line. Poker Face, they need a miracle run from here.
Lip's going to get all the highlight plays, but Heesong has done a great job with these teleporters, whether it's coming from a different angle for the offense, mostly providing really solid disengages, and the barrier ends up being a huge advantage in these Sojourn 1v1s. You put up the photon barrier, and the other Sojourn can't do anything, and it really neutralizes Becky, too.
I think that sound barrier from Faith got Ajaxed there during the team fight, so Poker Face couldn't really handle the amount of damage. Let's see what Junbin comes out. Some special movement from Mauga. I'm really keeping my eyes on that for sure. There's a teleporter from Isa. And overtime. Someone's gonna touch this time. Will Proud instantly dead again. There's a barrier right next to the robot. He's leading a lot of damage. Becky dead. Double DPS is down. Poker Face, what can they do with just 3 left? Jasmine trying to contest. Back and forth. It's not enough damage as Junbin seems like he's hitting on his own team. What's he doing? And still wins the game. That is some highlight moment from Mauga. I thought someone was behind Isang, right? For the longest time, I thought someone was behind Isang. I'm like, what's he doing? Well, Junbin certainly showing another reason why he is subbed in. And that's game. 3-0 score and match going for WAC.
My new favorite player, at least for the next 24 hours. I love that.
Oh, man.
WAC really seems to have a beat on that composition. Obviously, it lets Lip run wild, but give Heesang all the credit in the world. There were a couple fights where they had lost the fight, but they still got out with 4 people. So it allows them to re-engage so much quicker. It allows them to keep their Lucio in the fight with not having to go taxi things. So the teleporter play was actually very nice by Heesang. And then the barrier, it just crushes that matchup because the photon barrier comes down, and what is Proud going to do? I shoot into it. What's Becky going to do? Retreat into it? Becky felt like they had to have hero plays and just never really finding their footing on that match was Poker Face.
Yes, and WAC has so many players, but out of all of them we've had that was playing, it's going to be lit. We'll have some highlight on that Sojourn. I almost want to vote for Junbin now. As we'll have at least a couple of highlights where we can all just laugh out loud moments.
I'm sure some people will clip it. Yeah, you could give it to a lot of different players. Lip was the most consistent, especially coming in on that, well, not coming in, but on that first map and hitting the 3 shots in a row. That really put Poker Face behind the 8 ball so many times. They were unable to engage, so pretty much won the Lijiang Tower for this team, I want to say. I mean, not that they would have lost anyway, but hitting those 3 shots really seals it. And then really that push map too was hitting everything. Some ridiculous plays, some decent play in the middle on Kings, but Lip, no surprise, player of the match. I mean, Heesang had good plays, Junbin had good plays, but Max came in, so it's hard to give it to a tank that only plays 2 out of the 3 maps.
Mm-hmm.
Lip makes sense.
Yes.
I don't think anyone's surprised by this. And he stopped eating javelins after that first map. That first map, he was eating javelins, but he dodged from the rest of the game.
But, you know, Jasmine's Orisa, it's always a pleasure to have those javelin kills. Here comes the highlight. That overclock, and there are many more with these headshots. Ugh.
Just no fear, too. The cage match provides a shield. Look at this. He's got Photon Barrier again there. When you're giving Lip this much space and this much protection where you don't have to worry about getting shot at, Lip's going to just be the hit scan warlord he is.
Keeping this Orisa 1v1. Another shot.
None of these are really 1v1s, though. Look at his health bar. I think he's in cardiac overdrive right now, or was previously. Oh, he's getting a ton of support, but, you know, it doesn't matter how much support you get in the world if you're not hitting these shots. Lip rewarding his team for setting up barriers, giving him the abilities to help, and it's a fun player to watch.
Yeah, really looks like the more dominant player on that sojourn between the 2 players. The interview is being ready on the stage. Let's hear it from Quest with the
네,
translation.
오늘의 첫 번째 경기 왁과 포커
Thank you very
페이스의
much,
경기
G-Clef.
중 승리는
I am back with the
왁에게
first
돌아갔습니다. 승리
POTM interview of the
축하드립니다.
day. This time with WAC obviously taking the 3
네,
Overwatch
오늘
victory.
승리팀 왁의 POTM은 립
against
선수가
Poker Face.
차지하게 됐는데요.
And
립
POTM
선수
going
자기소개
to Lip.
부탁드려요.
Please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 팀 왁의
I
메인 딜러를
am
맡고
the
있는
DPS for
민정이라고 합니다.
WAC Lip.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 립 선수 이번 승리를 통해서 왁이
So
계속해서
WAC's
국대
on
행진을
a continued
이어가게
win streak,
됐습니다. 오늘
not having
승리
dropped a single
소감
match.
들어볼까요?
So how do you feel about today's win?
저도 그렇고 이제 팀원들도 그렇고 이제 엊그제 있던 FTC 경기에서 좀 만족스러운
Our
경기를
match
못했는데
against
그래도
FTG
오늘
wasn't
포커페이스전에서
satisfactory.
완벽하진 않지만 그래도 FTG 전보다 좀 더
And
나은 경기력을
While
보여줘서 좀
we're still
다행이라고
we're
생각해요.
still far from perfect, I
네,
think
자,
we've shown
오늘
improvement
경기
since then.
흐름 자체가 좀 어땠다고 볼 수 있을까요?
How do you
일단 포커페이스가
in terms of the momentum of the match?
생각 안 하기 때문에 그래도 좀 긴장을 하면서 준비를 했는데
I think that Poker Face isn't a weak team, but so we stayed on our toes to play. But
그렇군요.
I think our game plan worked very smoothly.
마지막 왁의 수비 상황 중에서 C9이 나왔습니다. 자,
And
이때
on
어떤
map 2,
상황이었는지 어떤 전략을
obviously we saw the C9 from Poker Face. So can you tell us about that
그때 그냥
scenario?
전략은 없었고 그냥 서로 살려달라고 외치기만 하고 있었는데
We just kept yelling each other to save me, save ourselves, save each other.
외치고 있었는데 게임이 끝났다.
But the
누가
game
가장
suddenly ended.
절박하게 외쳤나요?
Who was the most
저는
desperate one to
집중해서
save?
잘 못 들었는데
네.
힐러 둘이서 계속 그러는 것 같아요.
And I
네,
didn't
이렇게
really
마지막에
hear
외치다가
which
결국
ones
승리를
were
따냈다라는
desperate,
극적인
but
결과가
I think it was the two
있었습니다.
supports
그런데 경기가
that were the
끝나고
loudest.
나서 캠을 봤는데 선수들 표정이 좀 심각하더라고요. 어떤 일이 있었는지 좀 궁금한데요.
You look serious on the cameras.
끝나고요?
So after the match,
저희
so
딱히
can
뭐
you
없었는데,
just
아 그래요? 아 원래 그렇게 진중한 스타일이신가요?
can you tell us what happened?
팀
And
저희끼리 이제 다
he
얘기하고
replies,
이제
nothing really happened.
그 초롱이가 이제 자기 샤로 좀 해달라고 이제
But Chorong actually did ask me to shout out, give him a shout out. So shout out to Chorong.
이런 이야기가 오갔었군요. 아, 저는 또 되게 걱정돼가지고 한번 여쭤봤거든요. 자, 립 선수 1세트부터 무서울 정도의 에임을 보여줬습니다.
You showed
소전의 무서움이
scary
무엇인지
aim.
제대로 보여주셨는데
Aim
오늘
it was
컨디션
very good.
어땠나요?
So how did you feel
오늘은
coming into today?
FTC 전보다는 좀 나은 것 같은데 좀 더
I felt a little better.
많았다고 생각해요.
그래도
When compared to versus FTG, but I still was on my toes.
자체를 와해시키는 모습을 보여주셨어요. 그리고 또 트레에서 애쉬로 영웅 변경을 하셨었는데
So you've
그때
also
전략은
showcased
뭐였나요?
Tracer to, and
원래는
you
이제
switched to
트레이서
Ashe.
연습했던 걸로
So
하기로
what
했는데
happened?
이제 FT전도 그렇고 이번 오늘 경기도 트레이서가 좀 잘 안 풀려서
I think that the Tracer wasn't working out today, so that's why I switched to Ash a little.
아무 말도 안 했어요. 서로. 네.
아,
And the teammates didn't really say
따라준다.
anything.
역시 국밥 딜러다라는 그런 팀원들의 반응이 있었습니다. 자, 립 선수 첫 POTM을 받으셨습니다.
This is Lip's first
댓글
POTM.
중에 립 선수의 POTM 포즈가 뭐였는지 너무너무 궁금했다. 오늘 드디어 볼 수 있겠다라는
And
게
the fans
있었는데
were
립 선수 POTM 포즈
Anticipating what the POTM vote
쉿
or
하는
POTM
어,
poses.
지금 보고 싶은데요.
And that there it is. It's the
네,
quiet.
팬분들 드디어 제가
pose
보여드렸습니다.
for the fans.
자, 오늘 첫 POTM을 달성하신 만큼 팬분들께도 한마디
Please say
부탁드릴게요.
something for your fans that came to support you.
지금 이번 주까지 응원해 주셔서 감사드리고 이제
Thank
다음
you
주에
for
좀
cheering us on
재미있는
up until this
경기들이
point.
남아 있으니까 저희
And
입장에서
we,
많이 믿고
for us, we still have a lot of fun matches
부탁드리겠습니다.
left. So please
네,
continue to
자,
cheer us on.
오늘 왁팀의 립 선수와 이야기 나눠봤는데요.
And that was the
승리 다시
POTM
한번
interview
축하드립니다.
with
감사합니다.
Lip from WAC. And before we go into
네,
match 2
저희는
between
지금
Team Falcons and
잠시 쉬는
FTG,
시간 가지고
I'm
오늘
going to
준비된
throw it
두
back to the
번째 경기로
casters.
돌아올 예정인데요. 팀 팔콘과 FTG의 경기로
Thanks for the throw. Caught it well. And it's just us here. And we'll be taking a break before we go into next match. That was a 3-0 for WAC. And we have coming up next Team Falcons versus FTG. Guys, don't go anywhere.
think it's time we blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome back, everyone to Korea. It is week 3, day number 3, match number 2 here as the Falcons and FTG, both teams getting set up and ready to go. They'll be coming out on stage very soon. And so far, a little bit of Mauga, but everything else seems okay, ready to go. A lot of DPS changes, even for the top tier teams, to understand this meta right now.
True, and I think there's people are happy about that. A little bit of a reprieve. We don't want to see straight up mirror matches. We don't want to see Mauga versus Mauga just shooting each other constantly, right? No one liked it. Period. No one liked it. My caveat though is if there's a team that is going to run Mauga, Sombra, Reaper as much as they possibly can, it's going to be FTG because they looked really clean on it. Like they had figured out how that comp works, when to engage, how to get your Sombra charged up, how to keep your Reaper alive. Like they looked as clean as possible on it and kind of embarrassed Runaway when Runaway tried to run the mirror on it. Runaway also did that weird thing on Blizzard World, which kind of was fun to watch, but didn't do anything. So if there's a team that that can run Mauga 100% of the time and Reaper and Sombra, I think it's FTG from the gamer. And we'll see what Falcons wants to do. Falcons always relies on their damage line to be really, really good. Falcons relies on everyone to be really good, let's be clear. But I think they would prefer to let their damage line be the ones who set the tempo.
Yes, for sure. Team Falcons yet to drop a single map. And we heard from WAC before we went to the break. They were quite not 100% happy about yesterday's result because versus FGD because they dropped a single map, right? That's another reason why they're a step below Falcons. I think at that moment, you really want to grab maximum amount of maps. We'll see which team Falcons actually drop a map off of. And FTG looked really great against Runaway yesterday, 3-0 win. I believe Alpha Yi was actually the player of the match. A really good Sombra, as you mentioned. But another player that really caught my eyes was Bernard. Bernard actually played really well yesterday from FTG. So if they were able to play at that level or even slightly better, I think there can be some competition here. I know a lot of people were saying, okay, another really fast sweep, but tonight, starting from this match and the match after, it might not be a 3-0 happening whatsoever coming into day number 3 here.
Yeah, map picks might run into this as well. Yes, WAC did lose that one map, but I think it's always going to come down to the Team Falcons versus WAC head-to-head, which is coming up next week. And here's Team Falcons. No glasses. What happened to the glasses? Well, I mean, these are just regular eyeglasses.
Okay, I'm waiting for... Oh, no, never mind. Just a bow. I thought... I thought they were reaching for the pockets to grab those glasses, but I guess not. It is Sunday, just a regular classic Sunday with no glasses, and they got the serious pants on against FTG, because FTG certainly did have a moment against Runaway. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than a 3-0. Was not a score that I expected coming out from last night, certainly, as FTG does seem to be one of the better teams adjusting to the current meta. And let's see what they can actually do against Team Falcons. Here's FTG on stage.
Yeah, walkout meta in shambles. FTG has business to take care of, right? This is going to be an interesting match to see where these teams are, where the meta really lies, as we're trying to get a good feel for where these teams are going to be seated going forward. Falcons obviously have been dominant, not dropping a single map. They've got options at tank with Hanbin and Smurf. Obviously the damage line is world-class, support line world-class, who's played together forever. Surmajed did grace us with a little bit of Alari on one map. I think that's the only bit we've seen, but
Yeah,
still obviously a
Midtown.
gifted player. Yeah, a gifted player, but this is their starting five, and then usually a Smurf can come in and run whatever Hanbin can't. I still look at this team and the roster they've assembled, and I say, well, that's unfair. And so far it has been for the rest of the tournament.
And they're having a perfect streak, perfect run so far. 3-0s, 5 in a row. So that's why they have plus 15 on the map. And let's see if they can continue, though. FTG will be their opponent. And afterwards, it will be WAC. So two very big second place, third place will be competing against the first in a row. So Team Falcons, they have to prepare well. And here's FTG, their opponent, only dropped a match against WAC, having a 4-1. And that was also the only map off of WAC too. So certainly a third place material, I would say. Even contesting against WAC. I think if they were able to put some better moments, they could have actually had a better result than a 1-3. And we do have the coaches on the stage here from the Falcons and from the gamer. Let's hear from the coaches. West, take it
네,
away.
오늘 준비된 두 번째 경기.
Thank you very much,
Falcons과
G-Clef.
FTG의
We are back
경기
with the
시작
second
전에
team
같은
rep
대표님
interview
한
of the
분씩
day.
모시고 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
And
자, 먼저
the
팀
Team Falcons
팔콘의
facing off
크로스님
against
자기소개
FTG.
부탁드려요.
Please introduce
안녕하세요.
yourself, Team
팀 팔콘의
Falcons.
코치를 맡고 있는 크러스티라고
And
합니다.
this is Krusty from Team Falcons.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, FTJ 네코님도 자기소개
And
부탁드립니다.
on
안녕하세요.
FTG side,
팀의 감독을 맡고
we have
있는 네코 박세현이라고
Neko.
합니다.
네, 네코님도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저
Welcome,
팀
everybody.
팔콘에게 질문 드릴게요.
And this first question goes to
팀
Falcons.
팔콘의 질주를 어느 팀도 막지
And so far, no
못하고
team has been able to stop Falcons' dominance.
전승을 이어오고 계신데, 자, 오늘
And
경기
on a
결과는
perfect streak.
어떻게 예상하시나요?
So how do you predict today's match?
저희는 한결같이 이 무실 세트를 유지해 나갈 수 있다고 생각합니다.
And I believe that we can
오늘도
continue on that
자신
streak.
네, 자신 있습니다.
자신
And I am
있다라고
confident
말씀해
that
주셨습니다.
our team
자,
can
팀
continue that.
팔콘에 대해서 이제 FTG 팀도 만만치
And this
않습니다.
next question goes to
지난 경기
FTG.
압도적인 경기력으로 승리를 거두셨는데
FTG had a
오늘도
very
어제
dominating
같은
win
경기력
last match.
보여주실 수 있으신가요?
But will they able to put on a
어제처럼
repeat performance
한다고
yesterday,
지금
like
팔콘을
yesterday?
이길 수 없을 것 같다고 생각을 해서
네.
아마
I
어제보다
think
더 잘해야
that we will
저희가
need to
이길 수
play
있지
better than
않을까
yesterday in order to beat
생각하고
Team
있습니다.
Falcons.
칼을 갈고 나오신 건가요?
네네.
And
자, 오늘
they have sharpened their
양팀에
knives
대한
for today.
어떤 기대감이 폭발하고 있습니다. 관중석도 모두 다 채워져 있는데요.
And
자, 오늘
with the
경기에서
audience full today,
각 팀 모두 우리 팀 이 선수
and for
만만하게
both
보면 안 될
teams,
걸
which
이런
player
선수
is
있을까요?
the key player of the match?
저희는 모든 선수들이 약간 다
Krusty
주목받아야 되는
says,
선수들이라 생각을
I think
해서요.
that every
네.
player is just as important as the other.
한 명의 선수는 없는 것 같습니다.
So I can't really pick one, but all five makes the team.
한다.
네, 맞죠.
그렇다면 우리 네코님은요?
And as for Neko,
저희 팀 선수들도 뭐 다 잘하는 편이긴 한데
네.
뭐 굳이 뽑자면 지금 알파이 선수가
I think that
포텐이 터진 상태라서
all five of our players are also good, but if I had to pick one, it would be Alpha.
피지컬도 한번 보는 경기가 되지 않을까 싶습니다. 자, 지금까지 팀
And that
팔콘의
is the team rep
크로스팀,
interview
그리고
for
FTG의
Team Falcons versus
네코님과
FTG.
인터뷰
And before we
나눠봤습니다.
head
자,
into
오늘
map
준비된
veto,
두
I'm going to throw it
번째
back to the
경기, 팀 팔콘과
casters.
FTG의 경기, 맵 경기 뱀픽도 함께 보시죠.
Thank you, Quest, for the translations for the team rep. And it's true. And I like a lot of these Korean coaches understanding their power level and what to focus on each match. Sometimes if they're not matching the power level, they just have to bring 120%. very honest words from the gamer. And Team Falcons, I think they're just doing their regulars here. As we are going to the regular maps, Lijiang Tower, Kings Row, Colosseo, Lijiang City if we get to a fourth map, and Shambali if we get into Escort.
Right. Interesting stuff that FTG thought they didn't play very well last evening with the 3-0 against Runaway. I mean, looking at the schedule, if FTG can pull off this upset victory, there's a world in which they can get first place in first seeding. So critical importance here. Nothing out of the ordinary as far as maps go. Interesting for Push to go to Colosseo, which is where FTG looked strongest on Sombra Reaper, but we might not be seeing the Sombra Reaper from FTG. I just thought if any team was going to pull it off, they looked the best on it by a pretty large margin. But Lijiang Tower, we'll probably see what we've seen mostly on it, some Echo, Soldier, and stuff like that. But Lijiang, Kings, Colosseo, standard 3, and we haven't seen enough Flashpoint or Escort to know what the standard pick on that one is.
Yeah, certainly Falcons having 5 map wins on Lijiang Tower, and that is the only control map they have been playing. And certainly somewhat of a curveball from FTG. They're Nepal 3 out of 3 wins. So, and Falcons, of course, picking Lijiang. And the Venture sign, and look, a lot gathered already.
Really great. I think well, I'm pretty sure how it works is that the top seeded team picks map 1, 3, and 5. So obviously Falcons just has always been able to pick map 1, and they've just always picked Lijiang Tower. So no need to change things up. If it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing.
Yeah, certainly, I think they will contest until they actually lose. And at the moment, no one seems to be competing well enough against the Falcons on Lijiang Tower. They might be sticking to that for the entire regular season round robin. And both teams, I do hear the call sign. Both teams are ready to go in. So here will be our first control map, Lijiang Tower. First, Team Falcons versus From the Gamer.
Do you know the origin of From the Gamer? Is that a brand or something I don't know?
I've heard a couple of FTG from a couple of other games, but I don't think they're fully sponsored. But
Okay.
I'll have a better idea on your question next time.
It looks like a legit logo, and it's an interesting phrase, From the Gamer, but neither here nor there. The team that they've assembled has been extremely impressive, and I think this might be their kind of meta, because the Floor Alpha E combo was so strong. Falcons look like, well, hard to tell yet, because Fielder is on Alari.
We'll see the real comp coming soon enough.
I think FTG is going to run the Reaper Sombra Maga. This is just a teleport out. Yep.
Yeah, is you upset? Alpha E on that Reaper. For a second, I thought I've seen a hog, but of course Bernard on the Mauga, comment on Prisa to kind of have the counter. Team Falcons just going with the old classic comp. So turn, Echo. Neutral before the gates. Control point unlocks in 3 seconds. And Sombra getting some easy charge. Should be the main name of the game here. And Mauga charges in. Overrun. No one that directly caught in that.
Yeah, that's not getting anyone there, and then having Alpha Yi not be the follow-up in position where they needed to be is going to cause them to fight. Falcons obviously are going to be much better at the poke, much better at the range. Floor not even really getting the front line. Team Falcons is playing around this composition. This composition wants to overdrive and let Flora and Alpha Yi build up, and then they want Alpha Yi to be in position for whenever Bernard goes running in, and when Flora's got the EMP, and none of that happened for them there, so Alpha Yi is going to switch on a Tracer.
This meta, for now, we have a lot of DPSs switching in and out. And after that Reaper doesn't work, 4 ultimates ready to go for Team Falcons. And let's see, as we expect things to be opening up with Violet's Sound Barrier and Moira's Coalescence for FTG to enter. Okay, easy enter, and that EMP locked Flora.
Flora's got to be careful. That's almost twice that Flora has gone down before this happened. Did Finn get knocked out of Cole?
I think so. That Cole was immediately cancelled. Proper with an overclock, and Flora goes down. Oh, even EMP actually pops immediately, but there's a sound barrier from Chio. Reading it well. Violet still responds, even though this is a 5v4 after losing Sombra. And they do have to retreat, even with that barrier. A lot of tools engaged, and this, yeah, has to be dropped. We'll be dropping on the floor. Team Falcons, all they had to do is match the ult count, and they will still come out on top.
They felt they still had a chance in that fight at 80% or so on the progress. Proper is going kind of nuts. Alfie and Flora have been getting just beat up, and even when they're not dying, they're getting really low and have to retreat. They haven't had a good engage yet. These ultimates have not gotten any value. I think Bernard hasn't even had a cage fight yet, so Team Falcons with a great read on how to defend against this FTG team, and making them switch off of the comp that they had planned, and now FTG doesn't look like they have a plan.
Yeah, certainly not yet, as we hit 99% over time. Suffer with the duplicate. We've got our own Mauga against Bernard. Violet goes down. Bernard doesn't get to use the cage. Oh man, Stalker using one. And it is just Alpha E, I believe, left somewhere. Can't touch. And that's going to be first point, 100-6. Will be the score on the very first Lijiang Tower. Team Falcons once again trying to beat the upfront runner on the Lijiang Tower. FTG at the moment not really being a big contestant on Lijiang.
It comes down to that very first fight, and you knew it was going to be about, can FTG engage properly? The way that comp works, they have to be close quarters, they have to brawl. But really nice from Falcons, they were playing around corners, and then Proper is able to come in and get some cleanup there. EMP gets nothing. The Coalescence, I think, got canceled. To a man, FTG just got straight up outplayed by all of their counterparts.
Yeah, Chio had that perfectly right as the EMP was hit. Had the sound barrier ready to go already. You have to hit that in advance to hit. Oh, what a shot from Proper again. Oh, Flora on the ground. That's 45, and a full team retreat from FTG has to be made. And that's early enough that FTG can actually regroup and come back for the control point fast. But first cap certainly will be going towards the Falcons.
Always happy to take this point and take control of it when there's no echo on the field, and also you're going to have your Symmetra be able to set up really well, able to watch a side, set up turrets.
Here comes the full copy. And some cardiac from Bernard, keeping the teammates alive. Gotta watch out for this guy when the stack is ready. Ooh, that was dangerous. Alfie almost going down. Getting himself behind the lines. There's a rush from Finn. Immediately backing off from the capture point. Little barrier from Soccer. Everything being dropped down from FTG. That barrier keeping everyone alive. Great timing from Violet. Still not enough from FTG. As the Team Falcons ready to take this control back. That was not a complete flip. So the percentage still going up for the Falcons. And Proper hits again.
Really strong disengagement from Falcons. Finn had the lead in Kitsune Rush, and they just bailed out around the corner, waited for their own Kitsune to come back in, and then they had an enormous advantage when it came to the Symmetra ult. And that Symmetra ult, as I've said before, it's Sojourn's best friend in these compositions. When the other Sojourn can't shoot you and you can shoot free fire at everyone, you're going to be in a much better spot. The flip side of that now is FTG can come in with their own photon barrier.
Let's see if they can beat their saving grace. Alpha E ready to go. Gotta watch out for this overclock. Early barrier from Gio. And the overclock from both sides. Flora. Proper looking for those sweet targets. Put the barrier right up in the middle. Finding those good targets to land on. There's a cage from Hamden and Bernard. Both kind of landing on top. This is madness inside the cage. And right off the cage, Hamden will be first to fall. Alpha E, Flora to follow up immediately. Falcons does seem like they have the upper hand once again. Violet holding that sound barrier. Seems like it's a good case, but when it's 99%.
Yeah, I mean, by the time Violet got it and
It was
tried
too
to
late,
use it,
right?
probably would have been killed. He probably would have been killed trying to get it off there. Okay, so yeah, oh yeah, that's map. Falcons just
Yeah,
dominated.
that's
that.
2-0. Straight up.
Yeah, really good disengagement in that penultimate fight, and able to just get more value on the ultimates. And from stage 1 to stage 2, they're running very similar compositions, getting more value out of it. Just the timing was a little bit cleaner from Falcons to get their barrier up and win a fight. And Proper is just, I mean, it's just hitting every shot. What are you going to do against it? It does seem like, you know, Falcons wanted to run that Sombra Reaper composition, and they just got off of it immediately. And it's a hard composition to get back in against a long range hit scan like Sojourn. That you're trying to get back in, and then people are taking shots, and that's what happened immediately. And they started switching heroes, and they were still taking shots on the way in. It's almost similar to what we saw Lip do in the first match, of just getting kills really early, and the other team has to reset and not be in the best position. Couple of misused ults, and that's all she wrote for that map.
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to contest even when you're using more ultimates, and if you can't really take control back and get the flip. FTG couldn't really even get the flip at the second map, which was kind of weird when they started off with their own ultimates first. But we've seen the movements from the Falcons. They're disengaged off of the point to buy a couple of seconds, make sure the ultimates kind of died down. And then you rush in with your own timing. Those disengage and they engage back into the point. I think that was just beautiful from Team Falcons. Those type of calls just coming in clutch as the ultimates pop from the opponent's side to FTG. Even though they had an idea, if the entire opponent is actually disengaging at the same time, what can you really do? You have to overextend yourselves, and then at that point, you're really not playing to your perfection as how you practiced. So that will be just game 1. Going to control as we expected. Team Falcons, FTG does seem like they have some idea though. So we'll see what happens after the short break. When we come back, we will have that map number 2. And welcome back, everyone, to the match of the Team Falcons versus From the Gamer FTG. Just 1-0, but Lijiang Tower to go in hands of the Falcons. It's very single-sided, one-handedly. That almost felt like one map, not two. But regardless, 1-0, we will be going back into King's Row once again, as this hybrid is certainly getting lots of love from the Korean teams.
Some variation when it was the Cassidy Sojourn Zarya was popular. We would go a lot towards Midtown. Midtown has been a pick of some of the lower level teams to try to figure stuff out as well. But King's Row, the old standby. You know, I always say it. If someone says they don't like King's Row, I immediately think less of them. It's always been it's always been a fair map. It seems like, you know, where there's a lot of talk.
Since the beginning of Overwatch, then.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk in the Overwatch community about what's fair, what's honest, what's balanced. King's Row is fair, so you can run a lot of different things on here. It's FTG's map pick, which again makes me think they might want to try that style, the Maga Sombra Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then we'll see if it gets shut down. I think the meta on this map has been gravitating towards Sigma on offense and defense first point. And then the rotations have been pretty much identical for teams. You sweep up the right side on offense, you try to take that hallway. If the defending team doesn't feel like they have a good engagement in that hallway, they usually drop down, keep two up top in those long-range high grounds, then play through hotel. It's you can almost map it out every time we've seen this over the last couple of weeks, exactly how it goes down. So we'll see if there's any slight variations here. We get a proper Ash as we got a Lip Ash. We've been treated to some high-level DPS play tonight, which I don't think a lot of people were expecting coming into today. Not because of the players, but because of the compositions we had seen.
Yep, and we'll see a lot more compositions. And of course, with the offline fans in the WTG studio, we'll see how FTG handles this now. For now, seeing that Symmetra Sojourn and Stoffer on that Echo.
Kind of mirror the Sojourn.
And the Symmetra.
Interesting here. Yeah, I mean, the Sim's got to be to move Bernard around.
Mirror comp.
Yeah. Well, it's to move the Maga around and take good engagements. Also, Sim can really put out damage.
And let's see where Team Falcons rotate into. For now, FTG, no one on the high ground. Everyone. Oh, that's Falcons going on high ground, and Proper puts the shot onto Violet, immediately making this 4v5 once again. And that's a big no-go for FTG. They will disengage, and that's when Proper strikes again. Flora gone. And Bernard trying to save himself off to the side. Lots of low HP members. It's Proper.
It's gutsy. It's a gutsy call to Telly up there. Not punished for it. They don't get Bernard at the end, so it's not going to be terrible. Well, it is bad for FTG. Let's not sugarcoat it. But it's not terrible that they're not going to be able to hold this first archway. To hold this first choke is important. So the disengagement and not losing too many for FTG does allow them at least a good first defensive position.
Looks good enough, but Proper was pushing the front line by himself, basically, after getting one after another. Flora has to respond as the opponent Sojourn with Bernard right next to him. Party overdrive. Getting himself back up okay. Good team responding with the rush. And the photon barrier up from Alpha E early up. Again, trying to pull the miracle, but overextends a little bit. Kills coming through from FTG. The entire team wiped. After the choke point.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't respond with their own photon barrier there. I thought they were just holding it to try to be patient, and then I think Falcons lost one or two people and just couldn't go in, so now they're going to play this economy. Also, they're really close respawning, so losing people in a fight doesn't really hurt them that much. You'd much rather have the ultimates than commit to a fight with ultimates if you're not certain you have the advantage. This has to be Stalker with boat barrier and letting Proper go nuts.
There it is. First barrier up, and there might be more barriers coming through from Chio. Flora with that overclock. Being burned to death, almost. but because of that has to disengage. The Falcons will have some pushing time. Flora, the high ground, looking for some target, fully gauged. There's a cage from both. The sound barrier, earlier one from Chia. Flora goes down before that. Violet's barrier hits the ground. And with that early call, Team Falcons, they're just winning the duel.
Yeah, I mean, someone break that fight down for me. I couldn't tell what was happening. Everyone hit Q. That's kind of what happened there. Using both of the cage fights was critical, and then they were able to get the single target down. Fielder was able to put out a ton of damage, but as you mentioned, matching barriers really close on a knife's edge there, but just a little more damage put out from Team Falcons. It's, I don't know, it was a fireworks show with a lot of visual effects happening.
Oh, Flora striking back once at least.
Finally. Well, because Violet's been picked off a couple times in situations like that, so it's nice for Florida to be able to equalize. Now they get to hold this corner. 3 minutes left. Both teams had just burned pretty much every ultimate in that last fight, so this one might end up being just Kitsune versus Kitsune rush. Alpha Yi a little quicker on the barrier, so a small advantage. Gonna go for Flora in the Sojourn 1v1 when that happens.
See how this goes. There's a rush from both.
And there's the barrier, so they're just going to leave.
Yeah, quick retreat with the teleport. And just going to buy some time as the Falcons, their barrier is coming soon. The photo barrier from Stalker. And Proper has been cooking. Some back and forth between the Sojourns on both teams. And let's see where they rotate into. Towards the side, there's a barrier ready, right on the payload. As they teleport up here. He's trying to disengage. Deleting teleport first. Overclock from Flora finds one. A proper response. And the beat comes down from Violet. And keeping Flora alive. Yeah, Chio doesn't have one yet.
Yeah. Well, you also know Chio went down. So you're going to have the beat advantage. I think they just felt it was way too close to not commit anything there. It's not ideal because now you know that you're going to be behind on beat and you're behind on overclock. But it was too close of a fight with Proper chilling on the high grounds that you never know, and so you kind of have to throw that in there. Falcons now in a much better spot with their ultimate economy.
Extra overclock and the sound barrier from Gio. And the best part, Cage is coming soon for both. Here's the teleport inside. Running things, both supports up, and the Cage immediately responds. Here's Proper with the overclock. After the Cage, ooh, doesn't really matter as the entire team is gone from FTG. Except for the photo barrier from Stalker, everything used for that fight, I think it's worth it. It was expensive, but worth putting for the second point.
Yeah, you gotta extend the map at the very least, so you commit there. The really nice play from Falcons has actually come from Stalker. In both of these matches we've seen so far today, the Symmetra's being overlooked, but getting people in the right position to get Proper behind the team. Now, a cage fight can work out so well depending on who you get in it. It's just, it's fish in a barrel, essentially. You're able to just shoot through and get so much damage with that overclock.
That's barrier after barrier after barrier. That's what it feels like. For now, FTG trying to delay this payload. Minute 37. Flora taking Stalker down. No photon barrier available. That's when Proper response back. No sound barrier from Violet. Let's see if they can extend or go dominate with Lucio dead.
It's weird because it's a weird trade. I don't think they're going to push the point, but they're not going to retreat either.
Don't really have the rush yet. Coming online. There it is with the photon barrier from Stalker and Fielder. Flora with the overclock. And hits through the barriers exactly.
What are we looking at?
Overwatch 1 days. That's what reminds me. And still Violet holding for the sound barrier. Now there's a second layer of barriers. There we go. But this payload has been pushing a little bit over the time. Alpha E going down Chio with the focus. Now in next to the payload, Stalker to teleport right next to all the way back, going back and forth, trying to keep himself alive. And here's Hanbin. trapped inside the cage.
Matter. The critical kills. Now Proper's free fire. No one's even looking at him. That's never a good sign.
Well, that's going to be a 3-point. 17 seconds. Oh, that was a cage from Hanbin to seal the deal. Bernard was not close. About 15% off that cage. And what a hectic team fight towards the end with this many barriers. Gotta say, it's pretty crazy what we're seeing on the screen.
It gets really messy when you have the... I mean, Kitsune Rush is allowed ultimates. Look at Cage Match layered over that. You got everybody getting beat, changing color. Even the Sojourn secondary, I forgot what it's called, the little bubble thing. That adds some stuff, so yeah, it gets kind of hard to digest. And then at the end, Bastion, aka the White Flag in Omnic form, comes out as they try anything desperately. Falcons able to finish the map. A lot of trades back and forth, the Lucios being the prime targets here. But I really like Stalker's movement overall. I thought that ended up being the difference in a couple of those fights, where maybe, I don't know who's calling it, but the angles in which Team Falcons attacked from seemed to catch FTG off guard, especially last point on third to go up to that second high ground and drop down from there with the beat. I think threw them off a little bit, then you had cage fights come in. All right.
Yes, we'll see now. Flipping sides. FTG. This Widow usually gets a shot.
Yeah, nothing going to change here. They're going to run mirror. Teleporter's too important. Photon barrier's too important.
It certainly is, especially if you want to immediately go into high ground. And that's still Team Falcons. Ready with the teleport. Knew that FTG was coming towards the second floor high ground. Dropped the shot.
That was the aggressive overrun.
Oh, Hanbin!
Punished. Yeah. That should be
Immediately
first.
dominated from FTG.
There was no reason for it.
Maybe Hanbin just thought there was an extra room. But once you press that button, you just go a little too far and overextend, and that's the moment you realize your mistake. And FTG certainly is not going to let that go easy, and that is an easy first cap. 5:22 now for FTG to push.
Well, FTG is not going to push forward, so there's still a defensive position for the Falcons. You don't want to push forward if you're FTG and then just catch an errant proper volley and then let the Falcons really set up on you. But a huge barrier advantage for Violet. I don't know if they're tracking that perfectly, but that's enormous. It's not necessarily something you want to commit with and engage on regardless. You need to use it defensively, but I don't know what Violet did to be out-earning Chio like this.
That was pretty far away as Chio, at the moment where Violet had the ult, was about 60%. Regardless, we will see as here comes the engagement Finn and Builder. Chio immediately matching the numbers. There's Alpha E on the front, trying to match. First beat comes down. And Violet to follow. And through the barrier, this payload is still pushing with the disengage from the Falcons. They're getting this.
Better barrier.
Getting it ready.
Better barrier, better overclock.
Also has the cage if need to be dropped. Bernard still 8% away. Disengage from the FTG this time, but that was enough of a push from the payload. Still pushing. Falcons couldn't really get a kill off of those push. Bin Bernard looking for the cage opportunity, maybe with the teleporter. FTG already made quite a push.
The next fight should happen around this corner usually, but I mean, with no barrier tanks, it doesn't have to happen in the corner. It's just usually better for some cover.
Close shot from Flora on the proper.
Yeah. I think Falcons are just waiting for Kitsune Rush.
Cage from Bernard and Team Falcons, they're just going to disengage, and the cage from Hanbin just to keep ground.
Zoning cage.
No one really trapped inside. That is just buying time. And from 522, now we're talking 311.
Both Kitsune rushes should come in here next. Also, keep an eye on both Lucio's.
G. Looking aggressive from the teleporter, and the Falcons with the rush will immediately respond. For now, no barrier. As both teams just going back and forth with engage, disengage. Some shots were made. Builder finally going down.
Nice flank from Alpha Yi.
Went down against Proper, but the barrier keeping him alive.
Falcons
Shield
committed.
barrier.
They committed the barrier. They committed sound barrier and photon barrier. They would love to have that back from Stalker. Alpha Yi with just a really cool flank to get behind Chio. Opened up that fight. Brought a lot of attention into that corner. I mean, the Sim flanks are just so hard to deal with because with the teleporter buff, it's such a commitment to even take down the teleporter. It doesn't seem like it, but it's taking like another clip of half a clip, and that's the world in professional Overwatch.
Yes, as teleporter health basically doubled. And extra shield too on top. So that's why we have Sim in this meta right now. And let's take extra bullets and damage away. There's a barrier from Alpha E. Let's get the damage off of Proper. One. From Stalker at least. Some extra pushes from Bernard, but finally being stopped after. And let's see what the Team Falcons do. Still some percentage off of those ults. These teleporters are just being somewhat up the gates.
It's just annoying.
Yeah, just extra shield on top. Extra targets.
That was like a carnival game, just shooting at both the teleporters, hoping someone was going to pop out.
And FTG, even without dropping all those ultimates, Team Falcons. 3 meters, no one's touching, and it hits. Oh my god, 3 minutes.
That's a great cage. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Bernard got into that back line and hit a cage so that no one could come out. It's like the really old days, really old days where you'd have a grav on one door and you'd have a shatter on the other, and there's just no way a team can do anything about it. Cage match is great at keeping teams locked in like that. And 315? All right. I think it all starts with, this Alpha E play. Gets really good damage going, and then like getting the damage up and getting those flank kills is so critical because, I mean, it's almost becoming flowchart Overwatch to a point where you want to engage, but you need barrier so that your Sojourn can go nuts, and then the other team needs to get value out of that barrier. Barrier was a much maligned ult for a long time, but I don't think people really properly understood the advantage it could give you. Just in those, it's so much of your damage from your Sojourn to be able to just free fire through that, and that's why you're seeing teams try to run through the barrier and engage on the Sojourn. That's why teleporters are coming through. There's a ton going on. Falcons, okay,
finally we have a Viper.
Well, the Moira makes me think they're gonna run this composition for sure, and it's just a matter of what Proper switches to. They only have a minute on their offense, right? Is that enough time to get the EMP up?
Yes, and FTG will have 3 minutes and 15. That will give them at least one more tick, a few more team fights available. The Falcons, not enough time, so they immediately touching the point. And FTG
Falcons
on the high ground, dropping down. Proper immediately caught no Sombra in the fight. 35 seconds. And this means this. Flora catching one Stalker needs to do maximum damage, and that is 3 gone already from the Falcons. Immediately need to regroup and touch. FTG not giving them any distances.
Well, Falcons need a comp that can snowball, and this is the comp that can do that. But you can't lose your Sombra that early.
Come touch immediately. There's Hanbin. There's a touch and 1 tick at least. FTG disengage, but the barrier is coming soon enough. 14 off.
Violet is charging barrier, an insane rate.
Yeah, that's the sound barrier ready to go and hits the ground. There's the beat. FTG with the engage. Chill. First to fall, Stalker to follow. Team Falcons, they got 2 picks. That might just be it. Over time, the respawns, of course, longer. And Proper thought he could do some more extra touch, and FTG might be the first team to get a map off of Team Falcons.
Given the nature of Kings Row first that we've seen in this region, in this tournament, it would be surprising if they didn't. Most teams are taking it on first attempt. I think the idea from the Falcons there is sound. I think it's a really sound idea, but you just can't be losing your Sombra, especially that early. You need to be sitting in the overdrive, getting your health back. But if any team knows how to play around that comp, the advantages of that comp, it's FTG. They know that you can't just sit in front of there and trade bullets with the squad. So they're playing around it. Alfie, again, on the Symmetra has been moving around and getting a lot of damage done. So, yeah, they have looked stout. But the notion from the Falcons to run that comp is correct, in my opinion. Just didn't execute it.
Yes. 86%. Slightly 2 ticks plus. That's how far Team Falcons were able to get. But FTG, they have plus 2 minutes and 15 seconds on top of what Team Falcons had. So I guess I'm thinking they will have at least 3+ trials at this first point.
Three
It's
is
open.
yeah, it's about the barometer there. Both teams running mirrors.
So nothing flashy for now for FTG. For the regular. And immediately teleporting up here.
Where the fight's been happening. Now it's a matter of if Falcons think they can sit here on the defense and that
Yeah,
they're
but
okay with their cooldowns, or if they have to rotate.
With that pretty cool
rotate.
disruptor shot. Proper already at 49%. We'll be hitting that overclock soon enough.
The big difference for FTG has been Violet. Violet is doubling the charge rate of Sound Barrier over Chio, and he's done it the last, like, on offense and defense.
So the overrun, and Team Falcons dropping down. Oh, Hamid picked immediately! With one gone. Now with just 4 left, Team Falcons, what can they do? Stalker gone, and that might just be FTG's Met win. Okay, losing
Nailed
up
her, though.
E Finn. Violet comes
Fielder
close to that.
pulls off 2.
Closer to that sound barrier. Proper is here. He pull off a miracle to save the day for Team Falcons. That's 2 ticks. They have to contest. That's Bernard. Chio dead. And the sound barrier is there for Violet. FTG might be able to do it. Less than 2 minutes now. The Team Falcons, the members are coming back. And Combin finds a kill. Okay, that might be stabilizing thing a little bit just before that 86%. 10% off from winning the map. FTG, they still have minute 45 to recollect themselves and get this done. Immediately heading that rush, giving no time for the Team Falcons. Stalker and Proper, they just have to use both ults. Using the time, FTG, they have some room, not too much. Using
Well, the
teleport.
combo's going to come in. The combo's going to come in from FTG. They're going to have Photon and Overclock.
It's coming real soon. It's locked. Ready to go. There it is. Alpha E Flora. And Team Falcon Chio. No beat coming through. Dies in middle. And Flora, Bernard getting those kills. Team Falcons. And FTG will be the first team to get a map off of them for the first time in OWCS Korea. And what a series we have for now. Now it is tied 1-1.
It's great to see Floor and Alfie being able to hang with 2 of the best damage healers in the world, but I really think Bernard has a better understanding of Maga. They played a lot more Maga. They played it almost 100% yesterday, and they seem to really understand when to engage, when you can live through these fights, because Hanbin died first a couple of times. Also, Violet, not just like the last offense or defense, but throughout that entire match was charging Sound Barrier at such a higher rate. So really well played by FTG. Like I said, if there was one team who understood how you play around Sombra Reaper, it was going to be FTG. They looked so clean on it yesterday. They look like they have a fundamental understanding of what makes that comp go. But I think it's really cool to see that this meta that we're in now is Symmetra and Sojourn alt combinations. I never really saw that coming. It makes perfect sense now that you see it. It makes the world of sense seeing it put out there. and just enabling your Sojourn players to carry. But the Symmetras are going to be the unsung heroes, in my opinion. Getting those tellies up at the right spot, making sure the teleporters get value, and then just the pure damage you can put down when you're up front with your Maga. These are really cool comps to see. I don't care if you don't like Maga. I understood it. I think what we're seeing now actually makes a lot of sense, and it has been fun to watch tonight. But
Yeah, exactly.
I just like Overwatch more than a normal person should. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
You just like everything, right? Coming out from Overwatch. Of course, we all do, but certainly FTG, ever since the patch, they have been putting out some more DPS numbers, especially Alpha E plus 4 out the combo. Had a lot more time to finish off that control, but certainly, even if the Team Falcons win, I think they tie in map differentials now with WAC now because they dropped the map for the first time. I guess we just have to come down to the match between the Falcons and the WAC.
Yeah, it should be a head-to-head. I mean, from the gamer, they have Falcons, Genesis, Poker Face. If they pull this one off, they could take first. There's so many implications from this. This has been a hell of a match so far.
Yeah, if they can actually bring down the Falcons, it's going to shake up a lot, especially in the top 3. But before we go into that third map, let's take a short break, and when we come back, let's have a series. Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS Korea, and we have a series 1-1 tie between Team Falcons and From the Gamer. And the Falcons has to make a change. They have Smurf in, Kambin out.
This might not mean anything. Smurf has played Maga for this squad too. It gives them the versatility to run a Winston. If we were going to Esperanza, I would say that's more of a possibility. We've seen Smurf's Winston on Esperanza. Can be very good. Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to wait and see. Smurf or Rissa can be really good here, but this is the map that FTG really showed a dominance against Runaway on the Sombra Reaper. Falcons trying to run it out didn't have quite the understanding of what makes that composition work really well. And it's the engaging properly and not sitting back. You have to force the issue, but FTG knows that. FTG played back. They split really well. They disengaged well. So interesting stuff there. But the big story is Falcons drop a map. The Falcons can bleed, apparently.
Yes, they can certainly bleed. And let's see if they end up bleeding just that much or bleeding all the way out where they will actually fall down on the ground, because FTG at the moment, with the results from yesterday continuing the flow into today, they're certainly playing the right movement, and this map loss might put some more dent in Team Falcons. So they have Smurf in to sort of change the vibe in the team. Let's see if that ends up working better as we go soon into Colosseo will be the map for push. And for Team Falcons, I think they just do whatever they have been doing. Should be good to go. And with that dubstep, the game is ready. Let's go into Colosseo and find out who will win and lead the series between the Team Falcons and FTG.
I think some people might have overlooked FTG. It just seems like it was always WAC and it was Falcons, but FTG only lost to WAC, and they even took a map off them. They're the team that took WAC, down a peg. So this is not the most surprising thing we've ever seen. Let's see what these teams want to run. I don't think it's going to be Sim Reaper, or Summer Reaper rather. I think both teams are going to prefer to run the Sojourn. Florida's been hanging step by step with Proper.
Responding back, okay. And the
Falcons
Mirror
want to run Echo. Now it's Echo versus Sim.
Oh, it is Echo from Stalker, okay.
Yeah, well, sorry to correct you. It's just I think it's ultra important because now FTG is going to have much more mobility, and the ultimate is just straight up better in the 1v1 between Flora and Proper. So Stalker's going to have to get some pretty nice value out of this Echo. On the counterpoint, the Echo could end up putting 2 Magas on the field, and that's almost an unwinnable situation.
Yes.
So
And
different styles.
a lot of pressure onto Flora as he has to handle Proper Sojourn and Echo in the air. Let's have this guy on screen healed back up. Some stickies doing damage. And
This is when
world.
Yeah, this is when the composition can be called moats for the most part, because in Colosseo especially, teams are just going to look at each other until Chio steps out of line. Bernard gets Chio alone? A
Chio was gone.
solo kill?
And even before that, Violet was ahead of the ult charge. This keeps on happening. Oh, here's the teleport. Up. One more member from FTG. Violet finds one other. Fielder gone. As this robot is now slowly pushing. And FTG getting that confidence. Liking the play at the speed that they're handling the Team Falcons. Making them look like the weaker team.
And Violet reminding people he's still top 2 support in the world.
Already having a sound barrier. Of course, Chio went down. Big beat comes through. Shoot, fielders. The rush from Finn to respond. No one dropping yet. Duplicate even from Stalker has to be responded. And Chio first
Chio
of
down
all,
again.
Before that beat.
That's
Hate
brutal.
to see for fans of Team Falcons losing a team fight once again. And just Alpha E dropped. Withholding that photon. And look, FTG's pushing. It's happening.
It's happening! Well, Stalker makes the switch. Stalker's off the Echo. He's going to have to match the Sim, but way behind it. Alpha E is going to be able to drop this photon barrier as whenever they want. But it's a weird... Teams often just stop fighting right here. We've seen it in Colosseo so many times that they're so little offensive advantage to taking that point to really fighting that unless it's free, teams don't want to give up a full team wipe because the defender's advantage right there is just mind-boggling.
He couldn't really hit the points, but still. Early cage and the photon enough to get Smurf. And even with sound barrier from Chio, Team Falcons not being able to handle this team fight whatsoever, and FTG is handling Team Falcons. This should be enough for them to hit the point and
Yes,
get this
now it's
robot
free.
further.
And now it's free. Now you don't have the other team holding this bridge hold, which is, well, it's busted. As bridge hold does come out, but Smurf gets melted.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Even if you're Amalga, you do eventually have enough limited HP.
Well, they got it. I think that robot's scratching.
Yeah, do see that mark right below the line. Proper getting one. Laura finally caught here. But I think with that, if you should still be happy.
They're going to get forward spawns, so it should be able to reinforce rather quickly. But now the Falcons have finally mirrored up this composition, and they're finally going to be in position where they have the Sim ult, which, as we've seen, completely changes fights. The problem is they're not going to have barrier. I mean, Violet has been outplaying Chio pretty handily the last 2 maps.
It must be the damage from Violet, right? Having plus
Yeah.
20, plus 30% from that Lucio.
Yeah, it's got to be. It can't be healing.
Yeah, just healing, it just cannot be the same. As turrets come through, here's Smurf. Sound barrier from Violet in the rush. Alpha E and Flora, early picks. One more for Team
There's no
Falcons
damage
at
left.
least. Proper doing his duty as a DPS, needs overclock. Doing more than what it should. That's a third. And Team Falcons finally being able to push at 5 minutes. Who would have thought that we'd be saying these words out of our mouth?
Well, see, the thing with FTG's now still a little behind it. I don't know if Finn thought he was going to mirror the Kitsune rush or which one came out first, but they don't have that now. Chio was able to save the beat, so the Falcons are in a pretty decent spot. But FTG has the ultimate composition that this comp is built around in the barrier and overclock.
Yeah, unless the cage from Bernard makes a big difference. There's the beat, and already Alpha E dead. So FTG looking to just disengage. Oh, Flora, it's an overclock, never mind. Willing to fight. No sound barrier, and Violet's dead. Bernard, no cage this time. Flora finds 1 and 2. Okay, he did his job, I guess.
They should be fine. They should be able to get back here and at the very least contest. Chio's going to run the taxi service on the way back, but Alpha E and Flora can still come out and hold this bridge spot. That's why it's so important to be able to get to this point. You know, holding up around the bridge, Falcons are going to have a really hard time dislodging. They're just going to back out. It's that bad for the offense. It's that bad that the Falcons don't even want to try to fight it right there.
With nothing coming online soon enough, is FTD still holding that cage? The Photon and a few of the support ultimate should be coming soon, as Shio is just outmatched again. Of course, that is after a few barriers already being spent. Let's see if Finn drops that Kitsune rush early on. Just having some neutral fights in the middle. Let's see who presses the button first.
Well, FTG doesn't really have to do anything. They're winning the map.
Yeah. 325, so Falcons, they're the one who has to rush this.
Barnard's in trouble.
Both Photons out, and rushes Violet. Yeah, we are keeping a lot of those members alive. Chio Smurf dead. Should be this robot pushing soon enough. That's 4 or 5 gone.
Full cleanup. They're going to push this until the robot stops moving, and then they might just bail out of it. Actually, a pretty good spot for Flora to get in some free damage, but you got to be really careful here.
Certainly, Malga, pretty good target to get all of your gauge. Big target, easy hit. Looking for those squishier targets. Get the kill this time, flies away. But after the cage, immediately melted down. Bernard has the cage too.
Now they're actually going to be able to get some push on this. Maybe.
Smurf comes back. Some minor pushes up the slope.
You
Now
kind
we're
of don't want to
talking
look down
220.
You don't want to look down that sight line unless you've got the photon barrier out.
Overclock and the barrier up from Chio. Flora picked from Chio. Proper still holding that ultimate. Feeling okay with Violet. Flora dead. Didn't really have to spend all the expensive tools.
2 minutes left. Falcons has to win the next 2 fights. I know I'm a broken record on this map about 2 fights in a row, but it's always the case. I've not been wrong yet. Don't look at the VODs. I'm sure I've always been right. But it's also something, you know, that I listen to smarter people than me, and 9K's always talked about it, getting 2 fights, winning a second fight. That's just the momentum-based idea of push. FTG, I think you almost don't even, you want to bait out ultimates here, but that kill on Stalker might change everything.
That might not get them. Okay, here's Proper though. Responding. Ooh, up E. Getting paced back to him. And that's one dead. Violet's barrier keeping a lot of members alive. Alpha E, that's a third. And Falcons, as you have mentioned, if they cannot get the second push in a row, second team fight win, they're holding a few. Photon and the Kitsune Rush ready to go. But about a minute now. And I think we've seen what Team Falcons can do with a minute. But
Yeah,
they're not playing exactly the same in this case.
Well, FTG is, again, not going to press the issue. No reason to give the defender an advantage. Oh, Proper! Whoa, Proper!
By himself, gets picked. Fielder gone. FTG.
Well, now there's a barrier, there's a photon barrier up, but no one can really utilize it.
There's no rush. Well, they can use the rush
Alpha-
with the 30 seconds.
Alpha Yi dies as well, so that's going to slow down FTG a little bit, but FTG in a great spot. And every time that both of these Magas have gone head-to-head in a cage match, Bernard's won easily.
Someone's saying calm down, but I can't calm down. FTG is about to get wrapped. The second map. Here's Team Falcon Stalker now on Reaper. Okay, we'll see how that goes as the Death Blossom needs to be charged all the way. Bernard has the cage.
Falcons have tools. They've got the Kitsune Rush. They've got barrier.
And Chio's got beat. So Team Falcons having an upper hand. And here's Stalker next to the robot, pushing little by little. It is overtime. One fight can determine the winner here. As Violet comes close to 5 ultimates. Rush from Fielder early. And disengage from FTG. They have some extra room, extra time. The rush from Finn. Cage. Drop from both sides. And the barrier from Gio. He comes down. And the focus onto Mauga of FTG. Flora is a madman with that overclock and ping. FTG from the gamer will win the second map off of Team Falcons, leading the series 2-1. What is happening, Hex?
Photon overclock, that's what they were playing for the whole time. That's exactly what they needed to get it done. Flora is being every bit as good of a sojourn as Proper. Proper tried a couple hero plays towards the end and it got absolutely rocked out. I think a lot of this, and it's hard to tell in the new meta and trying to understand how Maga v Maga works, but Bernard looks like there's just a better understanding of Maga and always winning whenever they cage fight each other. He's always winning that, giving his team a ton of cardiac overclock, whatever it's called. And
You're missing the two, cardiac overdrive and overrun.
yeah, okay, yeah, sure enough. There's too many abilities in Overwatch. I can't remember them all. You guys know what I mean. I'm like, he runs in and now hits the thing. You guys know what the thing is.
Mini charge.
Yeah, but getting all that damage, and then, I mean, for the last 2 maps, Violet's been the stronger Lucio, getting more damage done and getting the beat advantage to a man. They seem to understand the compositions better, and it's really surprising. I guess it's, I don't know. I've always rated Flora as a highly mechanical and gifted player. Just Flora and Alfie, I've said before, I just don't think they always had the best shots in when they were in the league and never got really put on squads that took advantage of them. But now you're seeing them really understand the compositions and how they work. And I think a lot of that is, it starts with Bernard in understanding what Maga can do for the team.
I have to talk since you're talking about Maga. Smurf's Maga didn't really impress me too much on that rush. I think he was stepping outside just a little bit compared to what Bernard was doing. Of course, Flora Alpha E, not individually mechanically, like I don't think they. Of course, they're at a similar level to Stalker and Proper, but they were playing much more towards the team comp and the teamwork in there. I think that was really what made the difference in the push. And the entire team of FTG just holding the front line, of course. Violet hitting that barrier early on, helping them a lot more. Now we have to take a short break, guys. It's happening, and FTG might be able to grab the entire match win off of Team Falcons. But before we go into that, map number 4, let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll find out what happens more. And welcome back, everyone, to Overwatch Champions Series Korea Week 3, Day 3, match number 2, Team Falcons versus FTG. And you know what? Team Falcons, who was in first place after dropping 2 maps, they're already, in terms of standings up to now, will be dropping down into second place if they... That's right, in math, right? Am I doing the correct math?
Dude, don't try to do math live on stream. Wait for a producer to tell you the right
They
answer.
lost 2 maps, so that should be whack
yes.
on first place now. Even if Team Falcons come out with a win.
It should be. You're probably correct. I can neither confirm nor deny. I've tried to do math on standings before. I usually wait till the end and let somebody update it, and then I'm like, oh, clearly that was the case. There's still plenty of Overwatch to play in the next bunch of matches, though. But FTG putting Falcons on notice. Look, I'm not rooting for or against anyone, but I think it's usually good to have some parity in these tournaments and seeing what was largely regarded as the best Overwatch roster ever assembled. Losing maps is it's good for the game. It's good for the tournaments. WAC has to be happy right now. FTG might end up kicking themselves that they lost a map to Yeti somewhere along the way here, because then their differential is going to be falling a little behind. But the meta definitely helps FTG, and this is what happens when you're playing on the live patch. You have a mid-season patch that changes things. Obviously, changed things greatly last night, but now the different viabilities of what do we want to run with our Maga has completely changed, and now it seems like this has locked itself in pretty strongly to the composition you want to run with Maga. So there's no Moira, there's no Reaper, but there is the carry potential, and then the Symmetra is so crucial to this composition. But yeah, mirror match. Here we go. New Junk City. I want to keep eyes on Bernard versus Smurf. Bernard seems to really understand how Maga works.
And it is Smurf is going to stay after losing Colosseo. Here's Flashpoint. And let's see what happens now. Could be the match point for FTG. As the Falcons are certainly. And I'm keeping my eyes on Violet versus Chio. Already 10% difference.
Yeah. Been pretty one-sided. This map, there's a lot of chokes you can spam through, so I wouldn't expect too much of a difference between Violet and Chio.
As both teams just going around near the point.
Ring around the rosy.
Yeah, no big teleporter yet. Eventually one team will either find the pick or teleport in out. There it is, the engage from Team Falcons first. Smurf in the front line, and that is out the E caught proper. Catching in, but a lot of low members from Team Falcons. Smurf down, Geo next to fall. Early barrier once again from Violet, keeping FTG alive. And that's been the name of the game. First capture goes to FTG once again. Team Falcons somewhat struggling during these first team fights.
Well, Finn's feeling it. With the moment that your supports go down and then your tank wins the tank battle, you get to start just being the damage dealer that Kiri really wants to be. That kit is so damage focused. You see Finn with the beautiful cleanup there. And yeah, Violet must have had and used beat already. He's lapping Chio again.
Yes, he popped it immediately and back to about 50% already. And Chio still haven't hit one. I don't know what this guy's doing.
It shows that Violet knows that he's getting beat way faster.
Yes,
like the fact that he wants to pop it immediately means it's just he knows he's doing more damage.
Oh, there's a flip from Team Falcons with a disengage from FTG. Bernard falls early. So without the tank, still having the Kitsune rush, but FTG not using the photon yet. Yes, they might be using a lot more than they should. Violet
Flip doesn't really matter. It's still down to one fight. But FTG is going to have their ultimate combination that they like, and the barrier and the overclock. No barrier for the side of Falcons. Barrier probably won them that fight. So it's just a matter of what you're using to execute.
It's both teams ready with overclock and sound barrier. But Smurf a little closer to that cage. Should be online by the time they fight.
I'm at Photon Barrier. Is the advantage for FTG. We talked about it, how I'm getting confused by too many barriers.
There's Photon from Alpha E first. Stalker used last time. So a flip comes through for FTG and disengage from the Team Falcons. Okay. Alpha, oh! Robert and both. Here comes the beat from Chio. But with early, I think Violet, either he did not really have the beat or it was cancelled in the middle. Already having that 10%. What happened in the middle there?
Oh, FTG losing both of their damage dealers is just the end of that fight. You can't lose both of your anything, whether it's DPS or it's support. Used to be you can't lose both of your tanks, but different game, different time. I don't know where the next point is. Okay, they're going to get in here. No! Knocked down! Nice response from Smurf. FTG wanted to fight that.
Yep, just to keep the gate closed. Bernard, I guess he had the cage ready to go. Thought that they had an opportunity, but no.
Super telegraphed. I'm surprised they didn't teleport in, rather than trying to overrun in.
Yeah, maybe Alpha E went down later than the teammates. That has to be the reason, right? Had to respawn later. And that will...
nice. A nice stop on a Bernard from Smurf, regardless of the situation that happened. And now, Team Falcons, I think they're in a better spot to get to this point. It looks pretty even, actually. Mid-fight advantage, small to Falcons so far.
And there's a rush from both Fielder and Finn. Laura getting caught, proper wins. The long range duel once again.
Photon
And the
advantage.
power slide in. And that is just going to be a quick team wipe as Bernard tried to make an escape but won't be able to do so. It's just Violet again. Survives to go back and bring the entire team back with a sound boost. But we'll have that sound barrier ready this time. And Fielder switching through. Thought about Moira for a second, back to Kiriko.
The utility is too strong in Kiriko to go Moira here. Moira works better in a more brawlish comp. This isn't necessarily the same type of brawl that having a Reaper in the mix would do.
And here's Bernard trying to make this cage work. Teleports up. Alpha E with Violet. Upper getting contested, and Flora from the side will be able to get grabbed.
I love that.
2
That's
plus
huge for
more.
FTG. They're going to win this with no ult used. Just really aggressive onto Proper. Proper has to refocus where his attention is. And then Flora uses that moment to, I believe, take out Fielder immediately. Then switch back to where Proper was still being harassed. Proper didn't even see the shot coming, and Flora hits it. FTG in a great spot now. Nearly 5 ultimates. The way Finn's been doing damage, you might as well call this 5. And if they need it, FTG is going to have the barrier overclock combo. Photon overclock. Foverclock. I'll work on that one.
Yeah. Plenty of work. A lot more work to do there as Team Falcons teleporting into the side. Uncontested SD already have 94%. FTG almost ready with the 5 maximum ultimates. Now being tested a little bit. Proper hits the button first. The beat cancelled. Violet. No barrier coming through from the beat. And that is Team Falcons. That timing was crucial.
They had everything to work with, too. Had everything they needed to work with, just not going to execute. Silver lining, of course, is now you still have a bunch of stuff to work with because you didn't get to use it.
Yeah, that's a
Non-silver,
second beat
yeah.
cancelled from Violet. Was it
Okay,
been
we've
the
had
stomp from Smurf?
We've had some Jaxes. Falcons now 1 flashpoint away from taking us to map 5.
Man. 2 points already for Team Falcons. But FTG, they're still holding a lot of tools. 4 seconds to go until we open. Cinnamon Rush. And both photons up and ready. In the cage from Bernard. Dropped before going down. Might be giving okay time for FTG contest with that extra cage. Super 2, slightly more for Alpha E. Still the response, but the entire team is gone.
They're able to hold beat.
First one currently going for FTG at the moment, and Violet having that beat will be important. And Bernard must have thought that the rest of the team could still manage to pull it off with the cage.
Yeah, Cage is such an interesting ultimate that I don't think I fully understand yet, because there's times where it feels like you're putting yourself in a bad spot by using it because you're locked in, and if you don't have the right support around you and you don't pick the right target, you're just in trouble. So it's an ult that I think is a little more nuanced than people give it credit for.
A lot of weird interactions around the cage too.
Right.
He gets caught.
Oh,
From the disruptor.
Disruptor.
Don't
Flora's
know,
gotta
must
bring
have
this
been caught
back.
from the side. Flora doesn't have overclock. Gone. And Stalker responds better. Geo's barrier.
FTG is just FTG is just gonna let this one go. It's fine. Taxi back. You have barrier.
Yeah, 99%. The flip just coming through. And all they're looking for is 1 point. But Falcons are about to have the map and tie the series 2-2 if they grab one more. So here's FTG looking for the rotation. Where do they want to teleport into? Will be the question. Drop the shot. Proper overclock will be ready. Violet gotta be careful this time. The beat cannot be cancelled again. Geo ways away from the beat. They're spin with the rush. Over. Some shots on Malga. A lot of FPG members feeling okay. Well, it hits the beat this time. Uppercut off. With the photon. Do less damage, but a lot of low members do not have the beat ready to go. Smurf will be the final to fall, and the Team Falcons cannot get the 3 yet as FTG strikes back big time.
Stalker committed the photon barrier to that too. That is less than ideal because the other side of things is going to have their own photon barrier. I know this sounds so much like Ultimate Overwatch, where if a team has one thing, they should do better than the other, but that's kind of what these comps lend themselves to. There's not a whole lot that teams are getting done in the neutral. It's mostly just, is the Sojourn hitting a shot? That's great. Other than that, you're waiting for a huge engage from your Maga, and then waiting to have one of these fight-changing, both of them are barriers, either sound barrier or photon barrier. They change fights, and then it's overclock. This is so much focused around the damage that your Sojourn can do, and if you're getting value out of your Maga's abilities. But a lot of this is Q Overwatch.
Here's a stun with the cage from Smurf. Engaging into the fight. FTG going behind the walls, making sure that the cage is gone. Here's the photon. And they will be coming back into the control. First capture from Team Falcons. Here's Smurf again. Goes all the way. Extra stun. And Bernard's cage with the sound barrier from Violet. Geo responds. A Stalker dead. Field. Smurf. Entire team shredded apart. And FTG will be getting the flip.
There's been a couple times where I don't necessarily know where Smurf is going, and that's one of them. It's happened a few times on Maga for him in the last couple times, but Bernard just looked at it like a gift. He's thrilled that Smurf was overrunning in. The overrun follow and drop a cage immediately onto Smurf and the follow through. So now FTG with the lead. And an overclock ready. Falcons with the overclock and photon barrier closer. See if anything happens in the neutral here.
Indeed. Unless Flora can... There's the overclock early. Use of it. Some damage. Slides away to the side. Getting the turrets. Low kills following through. Falcons manage that time well enough. Photon from Stalker is gone. And here comes the engage from Proper and Smurf together.
They should be able to grab this back pretty easily. And nicely, Fielders are able to keep Kitsune Rush for them for the next time. And it's probably going to be the final fight for this point, given how fast it goes up. Stalker used that photon barrier defensively. Once the overclock was popped, just used it on their own to make sure that his team stayed alive. This could be map point, map fight right here.
Especially for Team Falcons, as they do have Rush and overclock proper. One headshot might be all. Here's the teleport down to the point. As FTG, they've captured. There's a flip. And Team Falcons thinking about dropping down after the photon.
Wait it out. Kitsune overclock.
Disrupt the shot and the overclock. Alpha gone. This might be exactly what Team Falcon needed. As 3 members gone. And that might just be it for the map. Falcons coming back big time in Flashpoint. FTG cannot finish off the match. We are going all the way to map number 5. Escort it is.
Yeah, Falcons playing really well there. There were a couple instances where they just had the advantage ultimate-wise, but there were a couple instances where not using ultimates really ended up hurting FTG, trying to hold things to the last edge, and that was a great proper map. That very last fight, it was so telegraphed. The Kitsune overclock drop down, like, there's so much damage. What are you going to do about it? Even if you have a barrier in that situation, you're still taking so much. It gets really brutal, but who cares? Neither here nor there. We have Escort, and I'm just always happy to see Escort. Do you remember what the map is?
I think it was Circuit. I think it was either...
I know the first match was Circuit.
Was it Circuit or something else? We'll find out as we get into the 5th map. We usually
stay tuned.
Yes, I know. We usually get a 5th map. You guys are in for a treat. I thought we're likely going to map number 5 for the next match, but we already have a full-on series. Map number 5 And that was a big comeback for Team Falcons. It seemed like you were mentioning already that Smurf still has some weird overruns where it's hard to control.
Some work to do. Some work to do on that. I mean, is it though? You can kind of turn, you can cancel it without stomping. Like, I think it is one of the high skill ceiling parts of Maga's kit. I don't think the guns are. I think the guns, like, people are like, oh, wow, you shoot.
Yeah.
It's like, no, the pros
No,
this
not
level, it doesn't do anything. And it's like, the clips are so big that it's not really like, oh, I need to shoot this one and that gun. It's just, let's hammer them in there. But the overrun is really important. And then the cardiac overdrive, those are the ults that you get value out of, that your team can get value out of. And that's the overrun stomp. If, like I said, if you hit that, that's critical and it's a knockdown. It should be a kill no matter what. So a little work to do there. Bernard would just saw it and said, okay, yeah, cage fight it is. It dropped on it, cage fight. So these two teams very evenly matched, really understanding the brink that this meta can be pushed to, where you're getting a lot of. It's been really fun to watch and learn how these teams are approaching this meta.
Yeah, it's been really fun. 2-2 tied series so far, and the map 5 winner will take the map. Is it going to be from the Gamer or Team Falcons? We'll find that out after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, for the final match between the Team Falcons from the Gamer. And we have a switch. Smurf out, Hambin in for the final map here. Smurf, I've been calling out a little bit, but he's been playing okay Mauga. But Bernard, I think, was certainly winning in that tank duel. And ready to go into the final escort map. Won't spoil it yet. If you remember from what we had before, it's going to be Shambali Monastery for the final map of escort to decide who the winner is going to be. And neither team played map 5. So
it remains
no
that we have a single escort map played in the Korean region, which was Runaway Genesis, Circuit Royale, which was Prophet's domination on Widowmaker. So I don't know what we're going to see on Shambali Monastery. There is actually no data for it. Can't tell you what teams have played on this before. I think that this composition remains strong no matter where you are, so it wouldn't surprise me. Especially, I think Sim Teleporter can be really good for the offense. Just try to take away some of these defensive strongholds. You think about First Point, where there's the ledge that you just want to set up your Widow, or not Widow, but your Sojourn on, the little cliff, trying to take that away. And then when you get to right around where the checkpoint is and you're going uphill, there's the windows and the ramp that you want to take away from the defenders as well. So Symmetra, I think, could be super valuable on this map. I don't think we're going to see a ton of changes, but I'm always open for it. Widow can be a good shout on a few of these points, but I think you still just run the Sojourn.
Yeah.
I'm for it. I don't know. No one knows. No one's seen this map yet.
I think it is the first time for Shambali, including Korea, Japan, and Pacific. We'll see what happens on this map and what type of team cup we'll get to see, because the winner out of this map will be the winner of the match. Fans full of energy, ready to go for our final map between the two teams. Guessing a lot of Malgas.
Yeah, you always look at the defenders. They had to leave spawn, so that's the comp. And I think that FTG is going to mirror it. Alpha E might take a shot on Widow. Like, sure, fine, you're on offense, but for the most part, we're going to see mirrors. There is no, and you're damage boosting this Widow shot. That's the Violet move to Mercy. And maybe Finn's going to help with a flower. Petal power.
And the flower power onto Widow.
All that.
For nothing. No kills, no damage too.
But imagine if,
never mind.
But imagine if it would have, what?
They're doing a lot more work. That's a kill. And a quick one for the Falcons to basically buy about 20 seconds.
Yeah, very strong forward holds. Gonna give up a little bit of room now, play second corner. Maybe going back in. The teleporter being this strong now has been so annoying for these teams. If you've watched a couple of the POVs, like even Sojourn trying to take down a teleporter, they just almost stop shooting. They're like, someone else deal with this. I got people to shoot. I got more important things to do.
And the supports don't do enough damage on the teleporter, so we'll see if their HP or the shield goes down a little bit in the coming patches later on. But here is Team Falcons falling back a little bit, one step at a time. And here's the teleport inside. Gage. And the cardiac. Beat comes down from Violet first. Geo does not save Stalker from going down, but there's the beat. Finn catching Stalker with that headshot. Proper response. Nardet up a E. Gone.
Can't go back in.
FTG has to fall back and regroup now. And Team Falcons, not everything spent, and a better response from Geo.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent beat from Violet, got everything that you wanted done, but the problem was that before Finn could get the Kitsune online, they'd been bullied out of position. There wasn't a good spot to put that Kitsune down to try to fight back into it. We are entering the DPS combo stage of the game right now with Photon Barrier and Overclock. FTG in a better spot for it right now, but I think if they end up dropping Photon Barrier here, Falcons will just leave. They'll just go up the hill.
We will see. Soon there will be the engage. Hanbin has the cage, Bernard does not. Dangerous shots. Teleporter gone. There's the cage on the payload from Hanbin. As soon as the cage drops, Photon. Some response from Team Falcons. And just disengage from FTG. Bernard going very close to death. Oh, but Flora responding okay. Proper with the overclock. Geo dead, but just 2 for 2. Proper matching the numbers somewhat by himself.
This has
Flora
been
onto the
scrappy.
Photon's gone now. They're Proper responding back. FTG thought it was enough, but it is indeed Proper Fielder doing the cleanup duty. And Team Falcons, they can still have the defense up and ready. The payload is being stopped.
Flora was just trying to make a big play there, and you see how strong that Maga can be. The moment that cardiac comes up, Flora just hits overclock and responds. It's the only way to be able to put out enough damage. Bernard has Cage. Both teams have beat. Again, execution going to be critical here. 40 seconds left. FTG has to win this fight.
Let's see if Bernard can catch in one in the cage. First beat, and Gio's responding. And with the rush, Falcons, they do have the speed.
It's not the ideal place for the rush, though. Yeah, as Falcons just play around the corner. Falcons gonna have their own rush. Cage out.
Cage out, catching a few. GG responding, not bad. Bernard getting focused, melted like ice cream there. Alpha E responds, and Violet catching the kill. Proper response with a little bit, but the entire team's gone already. That is FTG starting their push now. Finally, with no time on the clock. Might be able to get all the way. Let's see if Team Falcons can come contest.
Yeah, I'm looking for silhouettes here. There's definitely going to be a contest. And contest in a cage fight. Finn has to stay alive. Finn has to play a little bit back and get this Kitsune down.
Down, there's the overrun. There's the cage. Trapping a lot of the members of FTG. And the damage to follow up from Proper overclock. Hits 1, 2. Flora responds okay. Dies in midair.
This is ugly.
One more. Flora overclock.
They can't go back. This has to come through. Yeah, this FTG is not going to get this.
Can't get a single point. This
Photon
Esports
barrier was too
that
strong.
barrier perfectly placed. And that's a 0 for FTG. And Team Falcons getting closer to that win.
I mean, it's a 0, but we're on escort, so they you got to look at meters here. This is Proper. I think this is in the midst of his 10-player kill streak. Just went absolutely ham, and then everything just broke down in the middle of this room. It was on a knife's edge. If Flora hits 1 or 2 more shots, he maybe pulls that through. That's a tough match to push. Your spawns never get better unless you get that first point.
It really was.
You're walking a long way on offense.
Really close fights, and this Proper, I think, just came up slightly higher on the edge. Coming up top, especially in those rooms. A lot of utilities and ultimates dropped. Proper was coming up hot. So switching sides, let's see what happens here as FTG. No big changes that we can see from either side.
Well, the question is, where does FTG try to hold? Right now, they're posted up in the left hallway. That might be to try to speed boost engage. Or excuse me, yeah. They're on that right side. Does Proper get the boost in the pedal? Nope.
No sweet spot from the Widow. Bernard in their face, off to the side. Let's see, this ends up being a big... Oh, okay, falling back FTG after some contest. Not too bad as they get the control back in the high ground all the way in the back. Team Falcons pushing a little bit. Proper. Always starting with this guy. He doesn't tickle. He lends those hot shots. Without Alpha E, FTG has to fall back now. Ooh, hold on, Flora.
That's nice. But Falcons should be able to get some push off of this at the very least. They're gonna back out.
Bernard catching one. Proper must have overstepped a little bit. As the spawns are close enough for the Falcons. And they still have 3 minutes. Okay, time bank, but still got some distance to push to. Flora's overclock coming soon enough. Violet still being on top. There's a teleport. All the way up here, Stalker. Ready with that Photon.
Yeah, he's been alive much longer and able to get a lot more damage in. So they're just gonna burn it.
Early Falcon, the rush from Finn. No barrier. No beat from Violet yet. Here's a dive from Flora with the overclock. Shield barrier. He is keeping them alive. Hanbin catching one proper, catching a second. With the disruption shot, Violet, Bernard gone. FTG, their defense is falling apart. Yes, that will be one push with 2 minutes left.
Sorry, it just makes me laugh how much damage those teleporters take. A way better Kitsune from Falcons there. Fielder was in a better position. Finn had used his early. Fielder was just waiting, buying the time. The Chio beat kept him alive. And now he's got a problem because Proper has overclock.
That isolation, 2 meters away from the contest. There's a cage. Hanbin drops it. Okan from Alpha E. Would that be enough? Nothing else being ready. Proper waiting for that overclock moment. Behind the
Gonna
cards.
wait out this barrier. Just gonna wait out the photon.
There it is with the teleport all the way up. Very low. He has to be careful. Slides away. Find much damage from that. The teleport's back up. Looking for those targets. Bernard's cage down on the payload. He goes down with the trade of Fielder. No beat ready. Chio finds a kill. Finn responds back. Both tanks gone. And
They're all in.
This is madness around the payload. Here's Stalker with the tracing. And Team Falcons, they're able to do it. Finally, a Team Falcon win at the end, but what a close series it has been from the gamer. They really put on a test on the stage today. Team Falcons might be the winners at the end today, but FTG showed what they're capable of on the stage.
Absolutely give credit to FTG. I think they put a lot of people on notice how they understand that composition, but the Falcons just got better as the evening went on. Most important, Stalker on Shambali Monastery was responsible for their defensive last fight win, has had the photon barrier and had that good tracking, was responsible for their offense last fight win, had the photon barrier, had the tracking, and just knowing to use that, because that was a really close timing for that ultimate for Stalker. There was about 50 seconds left. You have to really decide, can I win this with this ultimate, or do I need to save it for next fight? You're either the hero or you're the one to blame for that fight win or loss, and Stalker, ice water in their veins, pulls it out. The Symmetras are kind of hard to understand because we don't see a ton of Symmetra and we never really have in the league, but I think they're so critical to this composition and it's been a huge difference. But the big difference maker, player of the match, well, it's Proper of the match again.
Indeed. Who else? Proper on Soldier, excuse me there, has been having such a wild day. A whole lot of headshots, starting from Lijiang. And
Yeah.
it feels like it's been forever since that Lijiang tower.
Well, it has been several hours. Flora hung with Proper for a while, so I want to give Flora some credit, but when it all came down to it at the end, Proper had a better Shambali Monastery. There was a moment, I think he was on a 10 or 12 player kill streak, which is almost unheard of when the Sojourn is going to be the prime target for the other Sojourn. Was able to use barriers, got a little too aggressive on Colosseo, but that's just what you're going to get with Proper, that Proper kind of grew up in an environment that at times it was Proper go kill 5. Right, so he's still got that in him, and it's hard to get that out of a player, but you take that. You want your player to be aggressive. The super aggressive slides in on Proper to take those different angles. The teleports in to pop up behind the team. Proper was a problem and clutched it out in map 5.
Yes, certainly Proper was winning a lot of DPS duel, and if FTG won, I would have gave my vote to Violet though. Even though we had, I think we also got to see the final Ajax right before the match was over. Even with that beat, I think the Team Falcons was going to come out on top regardless, but Proper certainly had a lot of highlight moments, and I think that's why it's taking extra time. Here comes the highlight of Proper, player of the match, starting from King's Row. We skipped through the Lijiang Tower because we had way too many highlights from this guy.
Well, recency bias. You want to see what happened most recent and how we did on Shambali and the maps that they absolutely had to have. But it's just working with his team, being in the right spot all the time, being a problem for the other squad that they kind of have to respond to. They have to use ults in. And then there's been a couple of highlights where he's just living in the Kitsune rush and just hammering through headshots. It's crazy.
Don't even
This is the map he
understand.
came alive.
Yeah. Oh, look at that! That flick on the Violet was insane. Just picking the right target, and you have the perfect moment. As we will hear from the legend himself, he is on the stage, ready for the interview. Quest, take it away with the translation.
Thank you, G
네,
Clef.
정말
I am back
재밌던
with
오늘의 두
the
번째
second
경기, 팀
POTM
팔콘과
interview of the
FPG의
day.
경기 중 오늘의
It was a
승리는
nail
팀
biter
팔콘에게
banger of a
돌아갔습니다. 승리
series.
축하드립니다.
And the victory goes to Team Falcons. A 3-2
네, 승리
victory.
너무너무 축하드립니다. 오늘
And
승리팀
we
팀
have on stage
팔콘의 POTM은
Proper from Team
프로퍼
Falcons.
선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 프로퍼 선수 자기소개
Please
부탁드려요.
introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서
I
DPS를 맡고
am
있는
the DPS for
프로퍼라고
Team
합니다.
Falcons, Proper.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 기승전결은 있었지만
It was
역시나
a-
젠장
it was a hard-fought
팔콘이야를
series.
보여주셨는데
Team looked a
자, 승리 소감
little bit
들어볼까요?
shaky, but
생각보다
Team Falcons
좀 많이
prevailed in the
힘들게
end. So how do you
해가지고
feel?
좀 아쉽지만 그리고 또 모실 세트도 좀 깨진 거에
it
대해서
sucks that
좀
it was
아쉽다
a-
생각하고 있고
It was a much
뭔가
closer
좀
series than
더
expected.
잘해야겠다라는 생각을 하게 됐어요.
So I think
네,
that
또
moving forward,
상대팀
we need to
기세도
play a
정말
little bit better.
맹렬했습니다. 그 와중에 5세트도 처음 경험을 하셨는데 어땠나요?
So this is your first map 5.
오랜만에 풀세트 간 거 같아가지고
So tell us a little bit about that.
처음에는 좀 떨렸는데
And at first I was a little
한빈 형이
nervous.
좀 큰 소리로
but
자기만
한빈
믿으라 해가지고
오.
Said
또 이제
Hanbin
한빈
yelled
형이
out loud,
했던 것 같아요.
just trust me,
자,
okay?
형이 이렇게
So
든든하게 나만 믿어.
I
이렇게
relied on
말했나요?
him.
네, 자기만 믿고 따라오면은 이겨준대요.
Hanbin
야.
said, just follow me,
네,
and
이렇게
I'll make sure that we win.
든든합니다. 자, 너무 또 이렇게 말씀하시지 겸손하시지 말고 잘한 것부터 얘기를 해봅시다. 1세트 때 여우길 흘리기 기억나시나요?
아니요.
Do you remember how
제가
you
그럼
avoided
짚어드리겠습니다.
the
자,
Kitsune
1세트
rush in
때
map 1? And he
여우길을
says no.
상대팀이 딱 썼는데 바로 이렇게 뒤로 빠지면서 상대팀을 정말
so as a
무기력하게
reminder,
만드는 장면이
he avoided the
나왔습니다.
Kitsune rush
자,
in
이때
map 1.
어떤 팀 콜이 오갔는지
So
또
can you tell
어떤
us
전략을 보통
what kind of
세우셨는지 궁금한데요.
in-game calls were made?
솔직히 기억 잘 안 나는데
네.
Actually, I don't remember quite well.
여우길 그냥 앞에서 좀 빼게 만들게 일부러 그런 식으로 하는 거
I
같아요.
think my
네,
playstyle
기억 안
based
나지만
around pulling
몸이
aggro
먼저 움직여서 다 같이 이렇게 치고
and
빠졌다라고
baiting
얘기를
out
해주셨습니다.
and
2,
abilities.
3세트는 살짝 이렇게 좀 흔들리는 모습을
And
보여줬지만
again, on map
이내
2 and 3,
극복해버렸습니다.
the team looked a little
엄청난
shaky,
경기력을
but
보여주셨는데
ultimately
그
prevailed.
와중에 어떻게 재정비를 하셨는지 어떤
So
팀콜이 오갔는지
how did
궁금해요.
what did the team talk about in order to
일단
recollect
2세트
themselves?
지고 나서 좀
And after we lost map
안
2 and
되는
3,
것 같아가지고 이렇게 플레이하면 안 될 것 같다라고
so and
선수들끼리
we talked about how
맥이 좀
it's not working
나눠가지고
out. So and we can't play like this.
3세트부터 이제 좀 할라 했는데 3세트도 살짝 말려가지고
And this was after map 2,
그
but
중에서 누가 이렇게
the,
북돋아줬나요?
we couldn't recollect ourselves for map 3.
다 같이 좀 얘기를 많이
있어.
나누는 편이라
And so
게임에 대해서
we had a
그래서
lot to
다 같이
talk
좀
about
코치
during the breaks
스태프분들이랑
between the
같이
coaches
얘기를 좀 많이
and the
나눴어요.
players.
자, 이렇게 어려운 위기에 빠져있던 팀 팔콘이었는데 그 와중에 이제 우리 프로퍼 선수의 소전이 빛을 발했습니다.
Your
대전이
sojourn was
정말 치열했어요. 순간
obviously
이동까지
highlighted
더해지면서
during the
정말 이리
series.
갔다 저리 갔다 하면서 엄청난 퍼포먼스를
Moving back and
보여주셨는데 오늘 본인의 플레이
and
뒤로
avoiding
갈수록 더
abilities.
빛을 발했단 말이죠. 몇 점 만점에 100점 만점에
How do you
몇
rate your
점인가요?
own play today?
100점 만점
Out of 100?
80, 85?
85?
85
마이너스
out of 100.
15점은 왜?
So why the minus
그렇게
15?
잘했다 생각하지 않아가지고 2, 3세트 때 제가 더 잘했으면은
And I think I didn't play well during map 2 and 3. And if I played better, I think that we could have
그렇지만
took
팀
a more
팔콘을
easier
위기에서
victory.
에임으로 구해내셨는데 댓글을 살펴보니까 정말 그 에임이 미쳤다.
Some of the comments said your aim was incredible, crazy.
아니면 어떻게
All the
쏘신
compliments
건가요?
going to Proper.
딱히 모르겠어요. 그냥 좀
And so what does he think about this? And he says,
상대가
I
여기로
don't really
뭉칠 것
know.
같다 해가지고 거기다 에임 두고 상대 올 것 같은 타이밍 때 그냥 우클릭 딱
누르는
And I think that I had
네, 자, 이제
to
딱
predict
누르면
their
딱
movements in
죽더라라고
order
말씀을
for
해주셨습니다.
my
자, 이것도
shots
취업풀에 프로퍼 소저는 게임을 찢어라고 나와 있어요. 이렇게 팬분들께서 프로퍼 선수도 응원해 주시고 팀 팔콘도 응원해 주시는데
And the
오늘
fan side
5세트
says proper
내내
sojourns
꾸준히
just
쭉
tears apart the
응원해준
game.
팬분들에게도 한마디
So can you
부탁드립니다.
please say a few words to your fans?
그래도 오늘 좀 재밌는 경기 보여드린 것 같아가지고
I think that we showcased a very fun match today, nevertheless, of how we performed.
뭐라 해야 되지? 항상 빨리 끝나가지고 좀 아쉬웠는데
And our other
오랜만에
matches
풀세트
ended early,
보여드려서
so
좀 재밌었다라고
from the fan
생각해요.
experience, it's
네, 팬분들
it might have sucked a little bit, but
재미있으셨죠?
thank you for sticking out
네,
sticking
그렇다고
it
합니다.
out with us.
자, 지금까지 팀
until
팔콘의
map
프로퍼
5,
선수와
and
이야기
thank you.
나눠봤습니다. 승리 다시
And
한번
that was the
축하드립니다.
interview
감사합니다.
with Proper from Team Falcons. And we will be back with
네,
match
우리
3. But
잘생긴
before
프로퍼
that,
선수
I'm going to
이만
throw it back to the
보내드리도록 하고요.
casters.
저는 잠시 쉬는 시간 가지고
Thank you,
오늘
Quest, with
준비된
the
마지막 경기로
translations. And oh man, what an interview! As Proper fails to remember all the maps that were played because we went through all 5. And with the win from the Falcons, we're not done yet with the Knight SPG. Genesis will be the match right after the break, so don't go anywhere.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
And welcome back, everyone, to the final match of Korea. We just had a 3-2 for the match. I hope everyone's cooled down a little bit as we soon get into SPG versus Genesis. And this one also might go to one of a further distance. And I'm hoping for another 3-2 of the night. The only night that we might have a second 3-2, that will be the dream.
Only one match win between these two teams, so it's been tough sledding. Obviously, we expected a little more out of Genesis and Prisa. I mean, we kind of know they're a bottom tier team when objectively against these teams, right? So if they're able to take maps off of squads, that's usually more impressive. So they did take a map off of Runaway, the blemish on Runaway's record. And look, Genesis is, they went the brink against Runaway. Runaway's in a confusing team. Anyway, we'll get back to that later. But Genesis was 0-4 going into their match, and they beat Vesta Esports crew, the last ranked team in the tournament. So it's not, neither of these teams has a good resume. Both of these teams are desperate for the win, desperate for anything to build on going forward. Both will very likely end up in that 5 through 8 spot and have to fight it out for the last 2 spots in the playoffs.
Yeah, certainly you do not want to fall all the way down into 9th, as SPG, they have not yet faced off against VEC. And Genesis, they just did recently, as VEC with a 3-0. So we'll see what happens. I think this will be like the 6th place decider match. It could be very likely between SPG and Genesis. When Genesis, we were talking earlier in week 1 and week 2, saying, okay, they're fighting WAC, Runaway versus Runaway 2-3, very close series, and against the Falcons. So they were playing a lot of these higher tier teams, and we're always saying there's always a potential with this lineup: DK, Chese1, Carlios, Teru, Maka. There's always a potential, and it's just that they're fighting against these really strong teams on top of the standings that they're having a tough moment right now in week 1 and 2, but it seems like that is actually continuing into week 3. So they really have to prove versus SPG tonight. If they don't, they will be staying in that bottom 3 for a long time.
It's tough too, because yes, they played WAC and Runaway, and after the Runaway game, you're like, okay, well, this is a legit team. They had a bad Circuit Royale, but they played Runaway really close. But then they lost to Poker Face, and they only took a single map off Poker Face. Like, not to disparage Poker Face, but Poker Face is considered the best of the lower tier teams as far as like contender, how they're going to build up. You expected this team full of veterans to really have great games. After the Runaway game, Teru was having a moment, but then came back and redeemed himself in the poker face match, but the rest of the team played really poorly. This team is wildly inconsistent, and I really don't know what to expect from this roster. Yes, they beat Vesta Esports crew. What do we really learn about that? They have to beat some Prisa if they want to be taken seriously going forward against teams like Yeti and FTG.
I think that's a big question that we will have the answer to at the end, as SPG is certainly an opponent they want to take down. Same for SPG, as they would love to take down Genesis and VEC back to back. And it seems like maybe Team Falcons or the previous teams actually left some headbands before going home.
There's just a box of stuff in the green room that everyone's pooling together.
That might be the reason. Might have a lot of those headbands for free for the players. And here is the opponent of SPG. Here is Genesis, KHS1, Kalios, Teru, Maka, or Kellen. Yeah, you're right. You might just have a box of stuff to grab from.
So the thing that Genesis is winning in the last several weeks is these jerseys. These jerseys are fire. These are great.
Yes,
I mentioned to Seth,
if
you see any hanging around in the studio when you're there, let me know. I'll pay for shipping. See if I can get a Choice One, a number 13. Would love it, but yeah, those kits they're phenomenal.
Okay, marking it down. Genesis jerseys for Hex.
Yep.
Number 13 for just one. Okay. And here's the starting roster for SPG. To you will be the tank, not Milgaru, as I don't actually know. Did we ever see a Wrecking Ball ever since the patch?
Not
quite
really.
yet, right?
I didn't think Milgaru took the stage with them, which is a little bit rare. Usually teams throw out their whole roster, but I think Prisa only put 5 people on stage. So maybe some story, but Milgaru hasn't really played. Genesis, they've kind of moved their tank around a little bit. Kellen has been playing since the most recent mid-season patch. So it was a lot of Kalios before that, but Kellen has stepped in to play the Mauga.
Yeah, that's right. That's Kalios. Remember him playing a lot of Sigma and trying to pull the teammates in as also the coach. As one of the older members in the team tried really hard. And it is going to be Kellen, though. With that Mauga, we do have the coaches ready to go on stage. Let's hear from both teams. Quest, are you ready? Take it away.
I am ready, G-Clef, and thank you. I am back for the third and final team rep interview of the day. On stage with SPG, please introduce yourself. And this is 원수민 from SPG.
네, 수민님 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 제네시스의
And on
칼리오스님도
Genesis side,
부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 어제 DK 선수
we have
샤라웃으로
Kalios.
감독이다 코치이자 선수를 맡게 된 칼리오스 신우이라고 합니다.
And as Decay shouted out yesterday, he is acting as many different roles within the team.
자, SPG의 원수민님, 오늘 이번 경기 1승 가져갈 수
A win is
있을까요?
critical to climb up the standings. Can the team bring home the W today? And for this question goes for 원수민.
최대한 하고 있어서 오늘 꼭 이길 수 있도록 노력해 보겠습니다.
Of course, we are trying our best to get that W, so we'll make sure to give it our all today.
어제 모두가 기다리던 1승을
And as for this next question goes to Kalios. Genesis finally got their first W win yesterday, so will the team be able to keep up the momentum?
승리를 할 것으로 예상을 했기 때문에 지금 조금 느린 스타트라고 생각을 하고
And I think we're off to a slow start.
더 이상 패배는 없는 마인드로 진행을 해 보도록 하겠습니다.
We're coming into the with the mindset that no more losses are
안
allowed.
치시는 거죠?
네, 그런 건 없습니다.
네, 저번에 제가 너무 깜짝 놀래가지고
Yeah, and no players will be retiring. As Kalios said, he will retire all the players if they lost yesterday. And that is it for the team rep interview of the day. And before we head into the map video, I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, Quest. And yeah, Kalios briefly mentioned that they expected a win against Runaway. Yeah, I think that was the realistics that they were hoping for. Didn't really get one. It was a 2-3 close And looking at the map veto here, Lijiang Tower as usual. Okay, Midtown for a change, and New Queen Street. And
That's
Circuit
new.
Royale if we go all the way.
New Queen Street is living up to its name. Very new. I don't think we've seen any New Queen Street in the Korean region so far. It's been 100% Esperanza and Colosseo. Unless I'm missing a match, we are getting through like week 3, so some of it's starting to blend a little bit together. But as far as I know, we haven't seen New Queen Street, because if you would have seen it, it would have probably been in the Junker Queen meta. So I like that SPG is coming out with kind of an interesting map pick for the third one. That should be fun. We're definitely going to see it. It's push. And to temper their newness and throwing curveballs, we're going to start on Lijiang Tower, as is tradition.
Tradition, and basically the only one we start to control. And lots of fan cheerfuls for SPG. SPG, if you play the game, you must win, is the top right. And an event called SPG Win Event, as saying this in past tense as if they already won. SPG won against Genesis. That's what the event is about. And a lot of Chesewan fighting. A lot of Chesewan fans in the crowd. Please win, Genesis.
To balance it out, after last night, there was a 4-person decay sign. So let's give some love to the other damage dealer.
Okay.
on paper, Genesis should clear this. They are just have more experience, have better players, looked solid. Recently, the questions for me on this Genesis team remain to be the tank and support lines. I think Decay and Choi Se-won can be fine. Choi Se-won, I'm going to say it, I think he's more consistent than Decay. Decay has these enormous peaks, but sometimes there's a couple of maps where it feels like Decay doesn't really show up and doesn't really have the impact, whereas Choi Se-won, I feel, is just the more consistent player. Maybe not as high of a peak when it comes to especially hit scan, but I think Choi Se-won has been the rock that this Genesis team can lean on. And let's head over to Lijiang Tower, see which stage we go to.
Yeah, let's see what happens here as we begin SPG versus Genesis. And the fans, the crowd, certainly ready for this final match of the night.
All right, Genesis going to run the Reaper. I'm pretty certain of it because we see the Moira. They go together like peanut butter and jelly. Choi Se-won, the question is Choi Se-won running the Sim? I think it's a good stage for it to get them out to the high ground points. It's not just to teleport out. So the difference is the Reaper versus the Sojourn. Obviously, one's a close quarter brawler, the other pick potential.
And Maka, Moira doing a fine job. Sent from Aid. Kellen going pretty low in HP. And here's the contest. 5 seconds to control before that Decay goes immediately down. Quick pick from Aid. And with that kill,
the rest of his team left. They were totally gone and leaving, and Decay's just all alone sitting up front. Of course they're coming and clean that up. Simpress is gonna get first point.
Yeah, Genesis was holding up a couple more seconds, but that's just going to be further delaying unless find a few more kills to you. Okay. Now Jay falling down after. For remaining members, Maka was so close to the Coalescence, but won't be enough. And there's some response back from Aid. But Decay is back from the respawn. Aid still alive. That's a third from Aid. Get more, but will be picked off by Teru. Tsuyu is back on the field now. This is quite a skirmish as the percentage still goes up for Simpressa Gaming.
I've seen cleaner Overwatch, I'll say that much. Simpressa in control now, and they've got everyone back up and alive. Early on in that fight, Choi Se-won ended up using the Photon Barrier, and now Argon's going to have it. The Photon Barrier much more important for Simpressa Gaming to be able to give Aid all of the support that they need. Maka's got to be careful. They're going to open it up with the Coalescence. Coalescence can do work against the Photon Barrier.
Running back with the beat, and the beat from Teru. Immediately, tearing through the beat. There's the overclock, end the Death Blossom from Decay for a couple of moments there, but not enough to break through Simprisa Gaming. They still have 2U and Lee Sumin left. 8 members dead, but 2 members alive from Simprisa Gaming. And that is 0 to 75 now, with everything burned. Oh,
Everything. Well, Simprisa is in a decent spot because they should be able to get the Kitsune Rush rather quickly. It can be a nice defensive ultimate. Genesis has to find a way to get value out of this photon barrier. Maybe send it and get a teleporter way behind because Decay is not going to be able to match up straight up with the Sojourn.
Engage from 2U with the cage, but being focused with the photon right in the middle from Genesis. They want to turn this around. Finally, Decay registering few kills with Chesewan. That's the third. Argon will be the fourth to fall. 8? Yeah, must have ran away early on. Genesis finally getting the flip. As Simprisa Gaming there all the way up 99.
And the Sim ult is up for Simprisa. Should allow them to get in. Give 8 a chance to get something done. And then Genesis, you really just have to look at the support ultimates. They need to get value out of both of them. Genesis has had a bad habit of layering them on top of each other. Rather not.
Photon, Maka with the Coalescence first. And Decay down from 8. Shot comes through from the Sojourn. It keeps on showing up on the kill feed. And here's the overrun. And the feed from MJ is good. It responds immediately. Was able to match that up. A with the overclock. Simprisa trying to make this work with the rotation, but Genesis keeping it handy. This control point not really being contested ever since the flip. 55% now.
This should be Kitsune Rush.
Immediately rushes in. He almost ready with the Death Blossom. Here it is. Yeah, that's a lot of damage with Kellan and Teru getting those kills. Ready, pop that, but Death Blossom immediately will be having extra tools later on for the fights. Now this comeback is real for Genesis.
Simprisa has nothing to work with. Genesis, as long as they don't throw this, should be absolutely fine. Barrier should buy you some time. Photon Barrier, that is. It should buy you time to get to Coalescence. You can win a cage fight. Reaper inside of a cage fight is almost unstoppable. So as long as Genesis doesn't toss this away, they should be in a good spot.
That Photon. Coalescence from Maka early on. Photon right in the middle. To draw the line, Hyunjin's beat. You with the cage, both up near the control point. Let's see who wins the fight. Teru goes down first. Lee Sumin second to follow. DK and Simprisa turning things around big time. 99 to 99. But with that flip, might be able to grab it first. And there it is.
Should have it.
Simprisa with the first point.
More patient gaming from Simprisa to make sure that that Lucio beat came through and able to clean up kills shortly after. A better cage fight from Simprisa. Neither side should be thrilled with their execution on either side, but clutching it out. Let's see how it happens here. Yeah, Decay, couple nice kills.
That Blossom was the highlight.
It's really where their it's really where their bread was buttered. The Decay Blossoms the other day. So I'd imagine that they're going to continue to run this Reaper guy as best they can. Looks like we have a pause on the side of Genesis.
Oh, we'll see what that is all about. We haven't really had a pause for today. A mini pause, I guess, in the first match. Yeah, Genesis pause. We'll update you guys what's going on at the studio. Okay, Kellen is having an audio issue. Okay. Might be the reason.
Well, it is the reason. We were told. We could speculate on a lot here, and I know that I do it all the time, but no reason to speculate on that. I trust the production.
Yeah, we have the Masters guy on stage, so we're trusting the Tech Master. Oh, look at this. It's almost
So impressive.
a line of cartoon here as Moira. Oh, I see Hanzo. This says hashtag buff Hanzo. Day number 1. Yes.
Posting Hanzo every day until Hanzo is buffed.
Yes. I'm right there with you. Hanzo buff might be coming soon. Yeah, thumbs up.
It looks like
100%. Yeah, Moira, Kiriko, and can't tell. When is Breed coming out? That's what the left side says. Yeah, the fan drawing has been incredible. Trust me, the best I can do is stick figures.
I think the only doodle I ever learned how to draw, and this probably is going to age me. Do you remember the Roadrunner? Like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote cartoons?
Yes, I do.
The only doodle I ever learned how to draw consistently was the Roadrunner, because it just started with a spiral circle, right? You called that the legs, and then you just pretty much added a neck. That was my only doodle of all time. I have no drawing ability whatsoever.
Yeah, it goes quite back in time, but some people might not even know what Roadrunner is.
It's a classic, though. Come on, it's classic. They just made a new Wile E. Coyote movie, and then they canned it for a tax break.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, you don't remember that? It was like Wile E. Coyote versus the People. It was supposed to be like live action animation mix, which would have been dope. They might try to sell it, though. Anyway, neither here nor there in my ire for the entertainment industry and what it has become. Let's get back in the map.
Of course, Overwatch with full entertainment, and as the gates open, let's see if SPG can get a second, or Genesis fighting back here as they will keep the Reaper Moira comp.
I think they're going to keep it until there's a reason not to, and especially on Control, when you're going to get in these close quarters, it works out really well. So they're just going to post up, wait for cooldowns, and now's the engagement.
Engagement from DK, chasing one for falls. Along with the kill, Jay responds better. DK, chasing one. These two DPS line up from Genesis, not being able to hold as much compared to 8 and Argon up till now. And there's a switch.
DK eyes too big for his stomach, thinking that the sustain of the Reaper lifesteal was going to be there. Saw a very low 2U and went after it and completely punished for it. Now he's going to switch off. Going to mirror the Sojourn.
Only difference will be Moira on Maka and Misumin's Kiriko. We've seen this angle before. But no headshot. Teleporter comes through from Genesis. As this Naga holding front line. 8. Don't even need arrow overclock. Prisa Gaming will find more kills and less to handle. As Genesis, they're popping one ultimate at a time, and Prisa, they don't even have to respond because they're getting easy kills.
Oh, Genesis tried to be cute there. They faked going through White Room and then took a really hard right side angle. It's super dangerous against a team that's running a Lucio and has the ability to knock you off the map. They went for it. It was a cute-ish play, but Prisa read it immediately. Argon and Aid hit shots, and Prisa in full control, 2 fights away from stealing a map from Genesis.
Early overclock just to get Teru down, as Teru will have the beat soon enough. As Genesis, everything except for the rush should be available for the fight. As this rotation, this time going into the White Room. Ooh, Chessie one, you gotta be careful. As both beats ready, Cage ready. And the Photon. Triple barrier ready, up, ready to go. Okay, hits that big button. Barrier from both Lucio, Teru, and Hyunjae. Suyu very low. Won't be able to survive. All that damage coming out. 8 falls. Cage gone now. As you can see, a lot of these CPS also, they're doing damage to the teleporter, making sure there's no further rotation, but Genesis does come on top as this was a much needed win for SPG, hitting 99% already.
Probably could have saved the Kitsune rush for really both sides, but since both sides used, everything equals out in the end. Prisa Gaming and Genesis, well, now let's see what these compositions look like in the neutral. Usually once you get to the ultimate phase of the game, it's who's got a better ult, who gets more value, but right now, neither team with much. Aid nearing the overclock, probably the closest we have to an ultimate right now. Prisa only a single fight away. They're just going to come and walk on the point, and there's no defense here for Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis looks a little scared from the approach of SVG. Spawning back with the overrun. And sliding back away from Aid. Overclock immediately popping. One dead. Might not be the only one to fall. SDK, both DPS dead from Genesis. That might be it for SPG and the Overclock. Someone else contesting at least for the time being. But what else do they have? There's the extra beat from Hyunjae and a 2-0 win from Lijiang Tower for SPG.
I love that from Aid. No hesitation. Moment Overclock comes up, just slams it, knows that there's the advantage there, uses the advantage, gets 2 kills. A lot cleaner from Prisa there, to the point where Genesis was not even playing Ultra Standard, and by that I mean their approach onto the map a couple times. There's a reason that you go through White Room. They were just trying to catch SPG off guard, and it's not a great sign where you feel like you have to surprise SPG on this. Decay's Reaper looked good. Decay's Sojourn, Aid kind of got the better of that one overall.
He certainly did, as Argon, of course, big time helping them out. Decay, HSN1, the DPS lineup were the first ones to fall all the time, and don't know. I was thinking that Genesis, in terms of power level and how they're matching against Argon and Aid, I thought on paper they were supposed to be having the upper edge in terms of DPS fight, but for now, Lijiang Tower, Aid and Argon seems to be working a lot better, of course, with the help of the tanks and the support. But what do you think about that, Hex?
I mean, control can be weird, so you always have to take it with a grain of salt of like, oh, this team is clearly better than the other. It is very volatile, I think a lot of pros would describe it as, and if you win the first fight, you're in such a stronger advantage. But early on, it was that moment, I think, where Decay really thought that he had 2U and really thought they were going to sustain, and then they lost Decay on the Reaper. Losing control at that point means that you have to switch off of the Reaper. That means you're behind on the Sojourn, and if you can't equalize on the Sojourn and get more value out of your Overclock, you're almost always going to be behind. So, interesting stuff. I don't know, man. Genesis, I still have no idea where this team is. It's surprising that the record is the way it is.
Yes, they look really good on paper, but certainly they are still falling behind SPG. Let's see if that follows after a short break. And after the break, we will come back with map number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS Korea. You are watching the final match of tonight versus SPG Simprisa Gaming versus Genesis. Genesis having a rough start to this. SPG coming on top from Lijiang Tower with a 2-0 score. And we are heading into Midtown out of all. Oh, man.
Sloppy play from Genesis. To some of the ult value wasn't there. Some of the feeding was definitely there. I get the feeling, and I'm not sure, that Genesis may be overlooking Simprisa, but
okay,
you can't look over almost any team that made it this far. Simprisa's a legitimate squad with some underrated players, and they will take maps off of you. You can't be feeding. You can't kind of have the hubris that you're going to go in 1v3 as a Reaper. It's something you gotta clean up. This Genesis team is kind of tragic in a way, but I kind of get it. It seems like they're overlooking their opponents. The win against VEC didn't set them right. VEC, I think, is a worse team than Simprisa, but you look at Simprisa and you're like, oh, bottom of the standings, we should beat them. We're former pros. You can't overlook this team.
That's right. Simprisa Gaming, they have a whole lot of experience online and also offline. From years of I believe years of Contenders history, at least year plus, from as much as I can remember, from SPG. And of course, Genesis on paper was supposed to be better, but what's happening on stage, certainly you can tell that 2-0 did not feel right. What was supposed to happen.
Well, if we could slow down a little bit, because SPG's, their previous single map win was against Runaway and it was on Control. So maybe that's just their map type. Midtown, this makes a lot of sense if you're going to run a Sojourn.
And I would like to see more Genji. So, when I saw the Ana buff, okay, hold on to the bench here. Alright. Yeah, because of the Ana buff, I was expecting more Genjis to come out. But look what we had in just a week.
Yeah. I've seen some Genji. It's just not necessarily the perfect way. If you're going to run Genji, it doesn't hurt to still run a Lucio. Blade Beat has been totally fine. You don't necessarily need the Nana or the Nano from Ana. Yeah.
And that will be my new kick Nana, up and ready to go.
Alright, let's see. Alright, it's just the comp we've been seeing. That's it. Rotate left, get the tie. Oh my, that can't happen.
And Genesis.
More like Decay's gone, am I right?
To you. Kellen?
Okay, you forget that happened. Genesis, move on, reset. I must have just eaten a right click. Probably some early damage from the Sojourn, and then a right click from Argon. Argon played really well on that first map, so that's not surprising. Argon is also pretty much 40-50% ahead of Choi Se-Wan. That damage is coming through. That's the defender's advantage, of course. You're just firing through chokes, but
it must have been really good right coming up from Argon. As Genesis, some skirmishes back and forth this time, as they know they are behind on ult charges. There's a sound barrier. Not sound barrier, sound boost coming from Teru.
Early cardiac, gonna get responded to by 2U.
Kisuna rush is up for Isumin and Amaka.
Prisa went in.
Ooh, Teru. He immediately falling from the head. And Sojourn has
great value.
Right on point.
A sick macro, though, too. Simprisa wins a fight with just using Kitsune Rush. You take that. Every day of the week, you take that.
Kitsune, the rush comes back real soon.
Yeah, now we're at 219. This is 2 pushes for Genesis. Plenty of tools in the bank. I think you open with Kitsune here. You know you're going to have that advantage. Worst case scenario, then Genesis or Simprisa backs out. Eat and Kitsune.
Cage, shot from Kellen. On the point. And through the barrier. Still losing Choi Se-Wan. Lizumi with the kill and Junti to follow up. DK responds a little bit, but aid. Simprisa Gaming seems like their defense is on point once again. Genesis Did they get a tick? No.
Aid
Yes.
with a posthumous kill. Taking the damage, charge up your ultimates. Fair enough. 90 seconds less left now. Genesis, though, they do have the combination we've been seeing all night. Photon Barrier, Overclock. They get in a good spot on the point.
But DK falls once again. Jason 1 responds back. No, Malga for Simprisa Gaming. Aid the response with that with that headshot. Second, another one from Lee Soo-min, and Simprisa Gaming might just do it.
Have to run.
Less than a minute now.
Can't get this. This stagger can't happen. Kellen.
And that was
And
not
that-
a second take.
Genesis emptied their bank. Kellen's going to have to do something we haven't seen Kellen do yet and have a really good cage fight. There's no one else that can help them out. Simprisa's going to have beat. They're going to have overclock sooner.
Okay, can't be going down. There's that beat. 8 finds that kill. Less than 30 seconds. Argo with the second. Chester 1 falls. DPS lines for Genesis just not pouring the output they need. Simprisa might just have a full hold. 16 seconds. Nothing else touching.
They're going to have to switch to Tracer here. Tracer comes in.
Kellen can go with the
Overclock is-
Doomfist because of the cage. Has to just use the cage to trap a few. Less than 5 seconds left. Can anyone touch? Everyone falls to the turret. No one on point. And that is Genesis with 0. 66%.
2 ticks. Silver lining. You know me, the ultimate optimist.
Oh my god. What is happening today? The matches from Korea just became so much more entertaining tonight.
Well, Aid and Argon are clearing Decay and Choice at 1. Like that is very clearly happening. The support line has been stronger. There was another moment in which Genesis completely layered their support ultimates over each other. They beat and Kitsune at the exact same time, which it's not the worst layer of support ultimates, but it's not great. Kellen can't get out. I mean, yeah, Simprisa, they're just getting better value out of their ultimates. It starts with winning as the very first fight with just Kitsune Rush. And then they have everything else. They've just had a better macro overall. Decay is also putting himself in spots where he's getting killed very easily. There was not only that very first kill, which shouldn't be happening, but the power slide to launch himself straight up in the air, like right into the sightline that you know that Aid is taking. It's been a bad one for Decay.
Yeah.
Like he's always been one of my favorite players. I like his play usually, but like I said, peaks and valleys, and we're in a valley for Decay right now.
And that valley seems very deep at the moment. Very fine player. And Genesis, they do have to come back big time. Full hold this.
I didn't get my owl spray. I asked for it. I worked for Owl for like 5 years. No owl spray for me.
Oh, that's a big shout out for Hex from Hex. Simprisa. They got some time bank. Okay. Oh, hold on. As you were
Clutch, need it.
talking things about Decay, there's one. And the second.
Yeah, gets to you. Simprisa can't do anything now. They can't commit. They don't have anything to commit. All right. So maybe Decay's peaking now. Who's behind? What is this stagger? You see this silhouette? Oh, never mind. I
think they're
misspoke.
Yeah, I think they were all coming back from the spawn. Or must have been going back to the spawn. But here's the full team back here. No. Some better alternatives for Genesis, but not by a big margin.
It's pretty even. The fake teleporter.
Yeah, look at that. In Decay shows up once again. 8 falls. And this rotation
they're
is
just
a
gonna
big
leave.
fail.
Argon got Kellen, and it seems like that has made Simprisa rethink full-on leaving now.
Just waiting for 8, as it should be sliding back into fight soon enough.
Simprisa needs to go in and force some ultimates out. Even if you have to use Kitsune Rush, you need to force out one of these DPS ultimates. You know they have it. It's been completely one-sided for the defense. Good rotation through room.
Might be waiting for the sound barrier from Hyunjae. SPG, DK poking from the side. Not enough to kill, but it's way out. Photon on the field. And he's gonna rush from both. As Teru looking for that beat potential. Don't need it yet. And here comes the beat from both. Oh, but Joshua falls right before that Argon gets the kill. Argon Aid trying to handle this. Aid coming on top.
That's it.
That's a full team
map.
of an SPG. Second map off of Genesis. This stage has been full of upsets tonight. As Prisa already up 2-0, 2-0. Claps all around for SPG. As you can see from on the camera, the members of Genesis just not having the moment. No one really talking. And there's Kalios.
Yeah, if Disinterested was a team, is what that team looks like right there. That is brutal. And right now, it's, Decay had a couple of nice kills, but not enough for the team. Again, just patience. Super good patience from Simprissa. They were trapped in room, but you're right. They were waiting for beats. They get the Kitsune Rush out to force everything out, and then they get more value out of their wall. I would like to go back and see where Decay was in that angle, because Choice One put the barrier up like right in front of the wall, but Decay had already taken this really far angle to be able to peek the room, so I'm not sure if he was able to get full value out of it. Even if so, Aid and Archon are clearing right now, and no one else on Simprissa is making mistakes, which is what I've always wanted from this team, is just have a solid support line, a solid tank line. You don't have to be all-stars. 2U looks fine on this Maga. Like, they just look like a better team. They look more organized. They're getting better macro. They're getting better ult efficiency. They look better in every aspect. Even their micro. Like, Aid is playing a better Sojourn right now.
Yeah, especially Aid. Sojourn has been pretty good, as when the team needs him, he was just popping off every single time, at least trying to match the number before going down. And also Argon, and been
Argon
liking,
too.
Yeah, been liking a
Argon
lot of the
too.
support plays too.
Yeah, Argon's getting the photon barrier quicker. I believe he ended up taking out Choice One in their Symmetra duel. So yes, Aid is always going to look better because it's Sojourn and it just looks cooler. But Argon is playing a really good Symmetra right now.
Yes, with that great of a play, SPG certainly leading the series with a 2-0, and we might just see a 3-0 wipe from SPG coming out. But before we go into map number 3, let's take a short one. Once we come back, we will have that map number 3 push. And welcome back everyone to OWCS Korea. Final match of the night, SPG versus Genesis, and SPG is trying to run away with a 3-0 if it's possible. And we're going into New Queen Street, a very, very new map for us at least. Yeah, we haven't seen much action on this map.
SPG is trouncing Genesis right now. I mean, to get full held on Midtown. Look, it's not the easiest map to take. Full holds do happen pretty often on Midtown, but the live look-in at Genesis afterwards looks like a team that's already defeated. Looks like a team that's already given up. You got to see if that mental can bounce back, and all credit to SPG. They look practiced. They look like a complete team that's been playing together. They look like they understand their rotations. They understand their economy, and Genesis has not looked good. Look, I don't. Yeah, Genesis might just be an overrated team. They're 0-4. They beat VEC, but what else have they really done outside of that Runaway game? But maybe we're overrating Runaway too high. Runaway has given away maps that they shouldn't have. So I don't know. But Genesis, you're either walking away defeated and you're not going to show me anything, or they can bounce back and show us something here. This looks bad.
Yeah, the game is ready between the two teams, but as you can see from the camera, the atmosphere, the vibe looks totally different for SPG and Genesis. Let's find out who the victor is going to be, or we'll have a longer series. Let's see here from the channel. And welcome to New Queen Street. It is.
Okay, some Prisa. I don't. Is this their map pick? I don't know.
It is their map pick, Simprisa Gaming.
Okay. So Simprisa just is going to run the current meta, and Genesis is going to go over to what I'm going to describe as comfort picks. Pretty much everyone's like a hero that they're best at, they're most comfortable on. We'll see if it works. Decay can carry on a cast. It's just a matter of, is the cast good enough versus this composition from Simprisa?
Yeah, versus this composition, and in this meta, we haven't really seen Cassidy that much. And that is Dead Decay, along with Argon. Maka to follow, one less member.
It's all the damage from Simprisa. They don't have any damage dealers out now. Trying to still bully this out, and I think that Genesis should be able to win this fight. Just got bigger heroes.
Oh, Teru gone. I mean, having the kill catch.
They didn't expect the flanking. Kiri. Decay hits a nice shot at the end. Should always expect a flanking Kiri. That's what the whole hero does. Flanks and then says bye. Teleports away.
That's exactly what it does. And Argon back on Genji. Okay, that's a change for once.
Okay, I mean, it's a really good hero to be able to shut down not only Decay's cast, but to get in the back and force Maka to use Immortality Field when they don't want to.
And no more teleports now, for now.
Genesis takes the early lead, but it's always about the second fight.
And here's Decay on top.
Good spot.
Yeah, looking for the grenade and some sweet shots. Lens one onto nade. I mean, aid. Yeah, grenade, aid. That's going to be a hard one. Everyone looking for pulse target. Haven't seen Tracer in a while. And that's our very side. Early beat from Hyunjae. Terror was 8% off. This one wants to find a pulse kill. Goes wide. Deadeye doing not much. Argon with the Swift Strike finds one and the second reset. And basically a team wipe for Simprisa Gaming. Seems like this new comp is working really well for them.
Silver lining. Teru got picked off before he got beaten that fight. And why is that good? I mean, it means he'll have beat now. So that's good, right? Argon nearing Blade can just jump in and force this beat out immediately. The overclock is
there
aggressive.
It is. The beat that you were looking for after losing a team fight, but here's Helen with the push.
Now, that wasn't even Argon. Argon's still going to have Blade, but he's going to have to completely back up now. Die on the bot is the call. But 47-15. I don't want to overstate it because we still have 7 minutes left. But that is a huge lead on push early on.
Yes, SPG is not that many tools spent for that fight, so I would say okay. And they do have Blade. The sound barrier, of course, will take some time. Here's Decay, and there is the kill. Finally, Decay coming alive with those headshots from Cassidy. Maybe this is the hero that he was really looking for.
I think Simprisa was going to go for the window stall.
To keep him alive. Where's the target? Slays through Lucio. And that's one. Chester 1 responds better with a pulse bomb. You dead.
Right, Genesis is a fight away from getting control of this map. But they want to back it up. They want to play this slow. So I think what they want to do is rotate left. Obviously, they're going to see it and set up a window. Set up a window that Decay can use.
See if Decay can use that Matrix well enough. And Matrix up. Finds A. Chester 1 follows the right target. And this push map certainly has been a win for Simprisa Gaming. I mean, Genesis for now.
But Simprisa had bot control during that time. They pushed it back. So they're just stalling. They're playing stall. It's working out. Teleport. Oh, huge cage.
A lot of balls, but with the sound bag here. And this is always fun to watch. Super fun. Maoka versus Orisa.
Oh, is it?
They're both doing damage, but no one's taking damage. I don't know how that works.
Well, 2U's definitely not taking damage. It's just staying at 700 HP with the passives and then the cardiac overdrive. Yeah. Maga's got some big numbers.
Yeah, that's about it.
So, all right, now 5 minutes left, halfway through the map. Genesis hasn't, even the fights that they've not won clean enough to be able to get progress. And the checkpoint just given up. Forward spawns unlocked. They just didn't even bother to fight on the checkpoint.
Yeah, that. So check mark. Oh, one check mark. That might determine the winner by the end. Oh, here comes. Beat ready for Teru. If Genesis are willing to have a big contest here, Chester 1 finds another pulse bomb kill of the Duyu. And DK is finally back on full form. Simprisa Gaming, they've been gathering some old charges, but this fight is not yet the one to press all the buttons for.
Yeah, Decay will clean it up. It's always real easy for a cast in low numbers to be able to hit a couple shots on the way out. Simprisa's going to find a way to force this. They want to force at least 2 fights before Genesis gets near the checkpoint. And Simprisa, I believe, still had those forward spawns, so they got a couple people back in good position early. Mid-fight all over again. Early beats.
From Teru, and Hyunjae ways away. Aid has to pop that overclock just to respond. And that will be burnt away.
Now they have nothing for Blade. There's nothing for Blade now.
Nothing for Blade, but Aid already has a kill. Do you really need the Blade on top?
No, you don't, but you're still not going to have it for next fight when you do. Eventually, you're going to need something for Blade, right?
You have a point, and maybe Hyunjae will have that beat about 28% off. Genesis,
you don't even need to. You don't even need to use your own beat to have the Blade go in. I'm saying that Genesis has no defense for the Blade now because that beat went off so early from Teru, and Simprisa was just able to back off and get away from it.
Oh, you're talking about Teru's Blade, okay. I mean, beat.
Teru's beat, yeah.
I thought you were talking about Simprisa here. There's an M-Matrix early one. Because you know that Dragon Blade is coming. There's one. After the field, Decay goes down. Maka to follow from 8 shot. And after all those dashes and slashes, yeah, 5-player kill streak for Argon.
They're going to hit 80 plus meters. Yeah, Twister 1's lurking. But I think they know he's there. There were some Lucios flying by.
That Blade, certainly a big tool, Simprisa Gaming. And they get more though, Genesis. And to gain control back on the robot. And his beat is good. He falls back, Jesse 1. Finds a kill onto 8, but Argon did some damage onto the back line of Genesis. Jesse 1 seems to be doing a lot of work for the team. But what happened to the rest of the team is what that matters more. Prisa, impressive moments here.
Nothing out of Terra Surge. I mean, Simprisa could keep pressing the issue, but 2U's low, so they're going to back out. You don't have to finish the map. There's only 2 minutes left. Genesis has to be perfect. And based on what we've seen from Genesis, if you're some Prisa, are you betting that Genesis is going to play the next 3 fights perfect? I'm not.
That eye from DK. Some damage, not enough for the kill. But Chesewon finds that Lucio on the back. Doing a decent job on this push map as Genesis. They're trying to get this through with 1 minute and 46 left now. Prisa Gaming not really spending any big tools. Gonna use Argon next.
Hey, Choice of One's had a good tracer. It's been fine. But Argon just gonna die in the cart. Again, 90 seconds remain. Genesis has to be perfect. This Genesis support line needs to do something like right. They have to have beat. They have to get good window.
Yes.
So far, it's been a weakness of this team.
We'll see as the robot keeps on pushing. Hit the checkpoint first, and there's the hit matrix. And the rush. 8 goes down before that overclock.
I don't love that rush.
And the beat from Teru to respond. But hold on, Argon. It doesn't pop that
just
blade.
Die in the cart, totally fine. Yeah, Lee Soo-min got kind of forced onto that rush because of where the window was and where the angle was going to take. And to try to save Lee Soo-min, 2U came diving in, and they took that out. So a lot of times when you see a player misuse an ultimate or be out of position, it costs more than your own life because someone has to try to come protect you. Didn't work. 30 seconds left. Genesis, no support ults now.
Less than 30 seconds.
What do you have to stop Blade here? Argon should have a free Blade.
Yeah, no support ultimates. Just have to go for the kill. And heavy duties for DK and Chesewon. So 40 plus meters to go. And that would require at least 2 teamfight win. And Hyunjik goes down. That's a big kill.
Overclocks out.
There's the Blade. And this is a decoy. No one's touching the robot!
It's only Calvin alive. It didn't matter.
3-0! What a match! A huge upset. Genesis not having a single map win in this matchup. Hex.
Look, the map score is going to say 3-0, but trust me when I say it wasn't that close. That was as one-sided as I could have ever expected coming into this. Genesis just looked mentally defeated after the second map, and then they came out running a comp that says, you know, we don't have a handle on what you guys are doing in this meta. We don't have a handle on that version of the Maga meta. So they all run their comfort picks. Choice A1 had some moments, Decay hit some shots, but overall, SPG's composition is just straight up stronger. Good plays from both of the damage players, and there's still a lot of questions about this Genesis team from the tanks and support lines, and even today, the damage didn't look... They should be outclassing some Prisa's damage players, and they just didn't.
Exactly. On the same page, I think the same. Here comes layer of the match. And that is Aid from Prisa Gaming. What a day for SPG so far. Genesis just... That high expectation is just going down every single day as we go through the season. But a huge win for SPG.
It could have been
3-0 coming out.
Yeah, it could have been Aid, it could have been Argon. I think they both played super well. Again, no one on SPG had a bad game. I thought there were, that's what you want out of your supports and tanks, to enable Aid and Argon to do really well. And I mean, yeah, you talk about Genesis' saving grace is that VEC is in the pool. Otherwise, you're almost looking at a 9th place. But now that you start thinking, you start spinning this forward with how bad Genesis looked tonight. In that 5-8 tournament, only 2 teams get out. And the teams they're going to be playing against are all teams they've lost to. So it's something needs to change with Genesis. I think the other night in the team rep interview, they said, if we lose, we're going to blow it up. And that was against VEC. I don't know. Maybe not an explosion for Genesis. Maybe a retooling, but I don't even know what they can do at this point. But yeah, let's talk about the positives. SPG looked really good. They looked really sound. They understand the meta. No mistakes. The macro was efficient and perfect, and really solid performances from Aid and Argon.
That's right. As SPG was sticking to what's new on the meta, what's new on the block. And the moment that Genesis stepped back and went to a week before, they have better plays individually. I mean, Chesewon, Tracer, Decays, Cassidy looked okay, but there's a new meta for a reason after the patch, and SPG certainly a Sojourn, but right on the money with a lot of those shots starting from this Lijiang Tower highlight. Real good shot as we think this is the second Sojourn DPS highlight that we have on the day. That's Midtown map number 2.
And like I said, you could have given it to Argon too. I thought Argon played really well. Just good, efficient use of the Symmetra. Looked really strong. There's maps where your Sojourn is really only going to be as good as your Symmetra allows. Also, I think Argon's switch to the Genji looked really good. Forced out a lot of plays, and then knowing how desperate Genesis was to win fights, and then we're using beats early, and knowing that's kind of a thing that Genesis has been doing, then you're just going to get free blades. So really just good compositional picks from Prisa.
And let's hear from the player of the match. Press, take it away.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are back with the final POTM interview of the day. The headband says today's main character. And today we have SPG taking the much-needed victory over Genesis. And please introduce yourself. And I am the DPS for Prisa Gaming, Aid.
네, 에이드 선수 너무너무 반갑습니다. 자, 드디어 첫 승을 기록하셨어요. 코치님이
Finally putting that W on the board.
열심히 준비한 만큼 다 보여드리겠다라고 말하셨는데 3대 0으로
It was a 3 Overwatch win.
소감 들어볼까요?
So how do you feel about the victory?
저희가 5연패하고 드디어 이제 첫 승을 거둬가지고
After the 5-match loss streak and taking that W today made me feel really good.
만큼 좀 잘 나와서
And
다행이라고 생각합니다.
our game plan worked
네, 자, 3대
well,
0으로
so I'm very happy
가져오면서
that it did.
완벽하게 경기 흐름을 지배했습니다. 금요일 날 좀 패배 후에 메타 분석이라든지 좀
So after your
완벽한
loss on
피드백을
Friday,
받았던 것 같은데
what kind of feedback
어떤
did the team
이제
give to one another?
이제 진 경기들을 보면서 어떤 실수가 있었는지 아니면
So
이제 더 좋은 방법이 있었는지
research into what the mistakes were and what we could have done better. And I think there was constructive feedback from the coaches, between the coaches and the players.
다 같이 이제 영상 보면서 이제
We were watching the VODs
해주고
of our match,
실수 체크도 막 대신해줄
we
때도
kept, we checked each other's mistakes, and we gave each other advices.
그런 식으로 오가면서
And
저희 또
that's how the feedback
잘
went back
수용하고
and
해서
forth.
오늘 좋은 경기가 나왔지 않나.
And I think that's why we put on a great performance today.
피드백을 통해서 완벽해진 오늘 경기를 좀 보여주셨습니다. 그 와중에는 에이드 선수의 시원한 킬캐치가 눈에 띄었는데요.
You caught a lot of
팀원분들의 숨통을
clean
팡팡
kills.
틔워주는 오늘 경기였어요. 오늘
And
좀 퍼포먼스
you
어땠나요?
gave breath of life
이제 잘
into
맞긴
your
했는데
team.
그래도 그만큼 이제 팀원들이 잘 앞에서
So how do you feel about
버텨줘가지고 제가 잘 쏠 수 있는 환경이
And I think
많이 나왔던 것 같습니다.
a lot of the credit goes to my
이렇게
teammates
빵빵 터뜨릴 때
because
팀 분위기가
they were able
어땠나요?
to make that windows where I was able to catch those kills.
또 칭찬도 해주고 그랬나요?
다들 이제 칭찬도 해주고
And
저도 이제 팀원들 칭찬도 많이
teammates,
해주고 오늘 분위기
everyone
너무
in the team
네,
were
오늘
giving,
좀 경기
praising each
중에
other,
카메라를
giving a lot of
많이
compliments,
봤었는데
boosting each
계속 웃고
other's
계시더라고요.
morales.
오늘 또 이게
On camera, he
제가
always had a smile on his face. So
최근에 성적이 안 좋았는데
네.
그래도
Can
오늘
you tell us a little bit about that?
이 나가지고
And
저희
of course, we didn't have the best record coming into today's match, but
오늘 또 저까지
because of the
또 우승이
3
나올
Overwatch
정도였는데
win,
자, 오늘
I
POTM을
was very happy.
예상하셨습니다.
and that's why I was
소감
able to
한번
smile a
들어볼까요?
lot.
또 오랜만에 POTM을
And
먹어가지고
a message to the
뭔가
fans.
어색하면서도 기분은 엄청 좋네요.
Or actually, sorry, a message,
네, 기분이
or in
엄청
terms of
좋네
receiving for
라고
POTM,
말씀하셨습니다.
he just says really
3세트
happy.
때 상대의 급 전략 변경에도 불구하고 또 깔끔하게 승리를 가져가셨어요. 자, 이런 부분에서는
And,
어떻게 대처하셨을까요?
Genesis showcased the different team comp for map 3. So
여러
how did
가지
you?
조합을 상대하면서 이미 얘기가 다 나왔던 부분이라
What was the game plan for that?
이제 다른 조합이 나와도
And
어느 정도 대처 방안은 다 준비가 돼 있습니다. 저희는.
이미 다 대처
we
완료했고
anticipated their team
이미 다
comp,
파악
them switching up the team
완료됐었다라고
comps,
말씀을
but we were ready for it.
자, 정말 오늘 끝나자마자 함성 소리와 함께 팬분들의 함성
There were a lot of
소리도
cheers
제
coming out
귀를
from the
뚫고
crowd today
들어오더라고요.
after the
기다려준
victory.
팬분들이 굉장히
So,
많은데
would you like to say anything to the
한마디
fans
부탁드려요.
that were desperately
저희가
waiting
비록
for that win?
초반에는 이제 성적이 안 좋았지만 저희 점점 이제 성장 중이고
We
저희
are
다들 열심히
continuously improving,
하니까 이제
and
다음
although while we didn't have
기대해
the
주셨으면
best record coming in,
좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
we'll make sure to
네,
work harder
또 제가
and
팬분들과
to put on
이렇게
a greater,
한 분씩 눈을
to put on a
마주치고
better
있는데
performance for the
이틀막한
fans.
팬분도 계세요. 팬분들께 세레머니도 한번 부탁드려요.
Can you do a little give us a little ceremony for the fans?
어떤 세레모니를
이제 머리에 오늘의 주인공이라고 써져
And
있으니까
of course, the headband says
이런 거
hashtag
어떨까요?
today's main character.
그러면
He does the little thumbs up to himself.
네, 오늘의 주인공 SPG의 에이드 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
And that was the
승리 다시 한번
POTM interview
축하드립니다.
with
감사합니다.
Aid from Prisa Gaming.
네,
And to close
지금까지
off
SPG와
for the
SPG
day,
에이드 선수와
I'm going to
이야기
throw it back to the casters.
나눠봤는데요.
Thank you, Quest. With translations, Aid, what a day for SPG, and what a day it has been so far from Korea. Lots of surprises, and I think we're expecting more coming from the new patch and new meta. Well, it's only been 4 days. Let's see what next week is going to be showing us some more surprises, I'm hoping. But this is a result from today's matchup: 3-0, whacked, Poker Face, and Falcons barely coming on top of that map number 5 versus FTG. If you missed that one, certainly go back and watch it. It's going to be some really nice game there. And SPG with a bit of an upset, 3-0 Genesis.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's a lot of big stories. Whack versus Poker Face, kind of expected it. Maybe Poker Face takes a map, but Whack has just been that much better than most teams. And now they're in first place because Falcons dropped two maps to FTG. FTG could have won that one for sure. FTG going to be in that top 4. I don't see any other way around it. Genesis, I talked about them the other night when they played BEC. I'm like, this is your get right game. You got to get right. If you can't beat BEC, you're in trouble. And they looked better. They look like they got right. And then SPG just comes out and just outperforms every single person on that squad. Genesis has a lot of questions that I don't know if we're going to get answers to, but that looked rough. But hey, congratulations to SPG. They had a strategy. They stuck with it. They looked very sound on it. Here are the standings.
Man.
Genesis still ahead of SPG by merit of map scores. But yeah,
Yep.
Genesis, I believe, plays Yeti next, and then they have FTG. So I don't see Genesis winning more than one match this split.
And that is Whack on top for now. Okay, for now. And there are a lot of important matches coming in week number 4. As I think we are about to hop into that page. But Runaway 4th, Poker Face will be dropping down to 5th. Yeti to follow Genesis. Oh, Genesis SPG 1-5-1-5. But now we know if we go into head-to-head, when the map differential is the same, SPG is going to come out on top because it's, of course, match win, map differential,
Right.
and then it goes to head-to-head for the tie breaks. And
It's that 3-4-5-6 to me, because I think if you want to be guaranteed in, you want to be top 4, obviously for a multitude of reasons.
Yep.
But given the volatility of a patch randomly coming in and changing everything, you don't want to have to play for your playoff life. So those are going to be critical. The Runaway games, the Yeti games, yeah. So this is next Friday. I don't know what time it is in Korea. This is next week.
Yeah, that's Korean time, 5 p.m. KST. But yeah, just type in Google and translate back into your own time zone. That's starting at the same time for Korea. Friday, Saturday, Sunday will be the final week. It's Yeti versus Genesis. What a matchup that will decide. If they win, I think Yeti can actually solidify themselves at 6th place. Maybe they can climb up to 5th. But Genesis, man, we have a lot to say about Genesis, but let's keep our mouth shut until next week.
It feels like the 5 mapper they lost to Runaway was like the death knell. It feels like they haven't still recovered from that one. A lot of this is going to be on who plays who and if Runaway can get one of those top spots, but it's going to be so critical to be in that top 4. You don't want to be in 5, even if you're 5 and you're the best of the 5 through 8s. Like I said, who knows? A patch can come through and all of a sudden Widowmaker's meta and you don't have a Widowmaker. You know, it's just anything can happen. So you want to guarantee that top 4 spot. Hey, I mean, I don't think people anticipated this patch coming through and having the effect it did. I think Genesis also didn't really adapt. I think they liked the Maga with the Reaper. And once that didn't work, they just couldn't figure it out. They just did not know exactly how to play with the Sojourn Sim.
Yes, and big matches coming up. Runaway versus WAC. If Runaway can even get a map off of WAC, everything will count so much, especially for the top 2. Because of the result that we had from the Falcons dropping 2 maps off of FTG. A lot of things are going to shake up, especially for the top 2 contestants, and lots of great matches coming up. Of course, as you mentioned, I believe week 4, day 2 was WAC versus Falcons. That will be one of the biggest matches coming up soon enough. Basically, will be the first place decider for Korea, and a lot of hype matches will continue to week number 4. But after 4 days, this is currently the meta. Maybe by Friday, a lot of things will shift, and hopefully we'll see maybe less of that Mauga and a few more tanks out there, like Roadhog and all the other tanks that were buffed along with the same lineup.
I don't think you're going to see anything outside of Orisa and Maga. Like, I think that's definitely what's going to happen. There are some prominent figures in the Overwatch community calling for a hot fix. A lot of non-Maga fans. I'm happy that it did go to maybe this kind of Maga meta at the very least, where we do have skill expression. We still have some Genji being played, especially Sojourn being played. Sim is kind of hard to see the skill expression on, but there's definitely better Sims, and when you're using ultimate is good. Now you have Kiri, who can also be an interesting hero, so it's a little bit better than the Moira Reaper version of the Maga we were seeing. I know that that was a lot of the ire that those Maga comps were getting, because those aren't heroes that people really think have the highest skill expression and are all that amazing to spectate and watch. So at least we're not in Moira Reaper Maga. That's good, I think. This version of the Maga meta is much more interesting, and seeing the DPS skill expression was a delight. I really didn't think so. I thought we were going to be locked into a Moira Reaper meta, so I'm happy.
Yeah, some teams certainly thinking differently about the meta for now, and I was also happy about seeing a lot of DPS lineup, along with Mauga, some Orisas in there, and yeah, there's a lot of Maga, and I hope we see less of Symmetra. Some more DPS lineups are also available, but I think we really have to bring out everything that's needed to break through that photon and all the barriers in the cage, right? I think that's the main focus for now, as we have a lot of Maugas on the field.
You're welcome to run a Sombra if you want. I think Sim is better right now. The teleporter is too critical. The photon barrier is too critical, and just straight up the damage output from Sim up front, and then you get the cardiac, and it's crazy. So I think you're going to see Sim. I'm sorry if you don't want to, but you're going to see Sim.
Well, we'll see what happens in the next 4 days before we come back with week number 4 on Friday for Korea. But that's going to wrap things up for myself and Hex. Thanks, Hex, for joining. A night full of surprises from Korea. I loved it so far. Thank you, everyone, for watching OWCS Korea, and we will see you next time.